people should be accountable to some responsibilities as a part of nations. To the future, our work must also focus on infrastructure, positive agenda that continues to further improve millions of lives.
C'est super. En fait, à chaque fois, ça me fait hyper petit et pas du tout mal. J'ai abandonné. Je vais écrire Yanis Lenarcic.
Tu aurais ton chargeur pour moi?
Ouais, il est sur à côté de mon bureau là, par terre. It's the next event of the day. Yeah. We are not that fast.
En fait, c'est un super, ça, je rappelle qu'une pause, c'est long.
Les deux sont là. Un noir et un blanc, c'est le noir. n'est pas muté. Ce n'est pas muté.
Et ben voilà.
Studies results for 2018 focus on effectiveness as a development partner, placing people at the center of our work, leveraging partnerships and cooperation to transform policy imperatives into action. With an eye on a rapidly changing global context, studies innovating to constructively address the emerging challenges and opportunities for the region. As part of our competitiveness program, studies designing precise tools to assess assets and capabilities in the productive sector to determine paths towards higher value goods and services. As our flagship program for partnerships, the Americas Competitiveness Exchange on Innovation and Entrepreneurship OAS will continue to leverage good practices and the power of networks to increase trade and investment in the region.
For us, the role of the OAS is very important, connecting countries, connecting governments and private sector, and letting us know what other countries are doing and how we can replicate that in our countries to enhance development.
I think seeing this, touching, feeling, seeing the transformation, seeing what
The Working Group of Experts on Subnational Competitiveness, the GTEX, is our gateway program to promote local economic competitiveness policies alongside municipal and state-level governments, together with the private sector and agriculture.
Este tipo de reuniones, Presidenta,
hace mucho para abrir un panorama de ver lo que estamos haciendo en otras ciudades y lo que podemos llegar a aplicar también nosotros en México.
The hub on the transfer and commercialization of technology is connecting and strengthening national innovation ecosystems in the region. Each edition of the hub trains budding technology entrepreneurs from the region's public and private sectors to take promising products and services from idea to market.
Es importante que todos en esto, porque la región tiene que estar unida. Me parece que hay mucho conocimiento en la región que todavía no está explotado comercialmente como podría ser.
Tenemos la proyección de cada año generar y compartir nuevas experiencias entre aquellos que contribuyen a la innovación. Queremos cambiar el cómo lo hemos estado haciendo en Latinoamérica. Queremos generar la unión de los países, queremos colaborar.
Our virtual platform on technology foresight, Prospecta Americas, will support OAS member states in identifying and mapping future trends and technological development of critical importance for the Americas.
Este esfuerzo, el cual viene siendo apoyado por la Organización de los Estados Americanos, nos permitirá tener una gran información para poder mapear estas iniciativas de innovación y poder que ellas contribuyan al crecimiento económico, a la competitividad y al bienestar de nuestras naciones.
Como bien sabemos, nos encontramos ya en la cuarta revolución industrial, la que está cambiando rápidamente la forma en que se hace negocio, se produce, se consume y se genera bienestar y entretenimiento. Es la mayor amenaza, tal vez la mejor oportunidad que tenemos en nuestras naciones.
The Inter-American Teacher Education Network, the ITEL, is working to improve the quality of teachers with an emphasis on science, technology, engineering, and mathematics education. In 2019, the ITEL launched the first STEM Teacher Fellowship of the Americas. The Energy and Climate Partnership of the Americas, ECMA, is working with governments in the Caribbean to advance electric mobility and clean transport as the sub-region pursues energy independence. Under our Integrated Water Resources Management Program, SETI is responding to the demand of member states for platforms and applications that enable data-driven policies. In the Central American region, for example, we are expanding the scope of Costa Rica's Plataforma Interactiva de Aplicación del Clima Tropical. This tool captures and disseminates real-time climate and water data, promoting resilient agriculture. The Inter-American Committee on Ports is building human and institutional capacity through public-private partnerships to address port modernization, logistics, and security. CoopRenet, SETI's multi-stakeholder platform for cooperation and partnerships, is being relaunched in 2019, responding to member states' call for a more robust hub for cooperation. In a region where 8 out of 10 consumers begin or end their shopping process online, SETI has entered into a partnership with the private sector.
Una herramienta que sin duda acerca a las MIPYMES hacia la demanda que hoy está migrando a Internet y con eso pretendemos mejorar las ventas y el posicionamiento de las empresas pequeñas.
As we look to the future, the Executive Secretariat for Integral Development will continue to leverage cooperation and partnerships to expand our reach, proving that together we are much more than the sum of our 34 member states.
girlfriend here right now. And children are friends. It doesn't matter where they come from.
Zona netamente selvática, la línea de adyacencia va desde el norte hasta el sur, va desde Modesto Méndez hasta Aguas Turbias, tanto en el norte como en el sur. Esta línea tiene 215 kilómetros de extensión.
De allí vino él, se evocó creo con los de la OAS y de allí vino el proyecto para jugar. Y fue que lo dieron el terreno y lo dieron todo que era mano de obra y el material para las casas que están ahorita. Y por ese motivo estamos aquí viviendo ahorita.
Mientras aguarda el resultado del reclamo que está teniendo la Corte Internacional de Justicia por la consulta marítima territorial. Nuestra oficina en la zona de asistencia realiza verificaciones, solicita los gobiernos, facilita reuniones y patrullajes conjuntos entre las Fuerzas Armadas y promueve la cultura de paz y comunicación entre las comunidades locales.
Children will be children, and they have harmony. They don't see each other as a different country, but they see each other that we are growing together.
Buenos días, señores y señoras. Bienvenidos al
Good morning,
evento.
ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the event. We are about to start in a couple of minutes. We request you to please take a seat. We will begin in a few minutes. Thank you.
Hoy, esta organización es el guardián regional en defensa de la democracia, la libertad y los derechos humanos. Los países se han comprometido con estos valores a través de instrumentos legales como la Carta Democrática Interamericana, la Convención Americana de Derechos Humanos y todas las demás convenciones interamericanas. Nuestro trabajo es mantener los más altos estándares. Debemos ser objetivos, analizar los hechos, denunciar cuando veamos corrupción, impunidad o amenazar la libertad. En esos casos no podemos hacer.
More than 100 years since the inauguration of this building, the OAS headquarters, our institution still brings together the peoples of the Americas to address our responsibilities as a partnership of nations. As we look to the future, our work must also focus on the construction of a positive agenda that continues to favorably impact millions of lives every day.
SETI's results for 2018 proves our effectiveness as a development partner, placing people at the center of our work and leveraging partnerships and cooperation to transform policy imperatives into action. With an eye on the rapidly changing global context, SETI is innovating to constructively address the emerging challenges and opportunities for the region. As part of our competitiveness program, SETI is designing precise tools to assess assets and capabilities in the productive sector to determine paths towards higher value goods and services. As our flagship program for partnerships, the Americas Competitiveness Exchange on Innovation and Entrepreneurship, the OAS, will continue to leverage good practices and the power of networks to increase trade and investment in the region.
For us, the role of the OAS is very important, connecting countries, connecting governments and private sector, and letting us know what other countries are doing it and how we can replicate that in our countries to enhance development.
For me, who has come here to look at how can we develop our own ecosystem, our own innovation hubs, our own accelerators, I think seeing this, touching, feeling, seeing the transformation, seeing how quickly you've made it happen, is a testament to what is possible. So I believe all of us leave here stronger than ever.
The Working Group of Experts on Subnational Competitiveness, the GTEX, is our gateway program to promote local economic competitiveness policies alongside municipal and state-level governments, together with the private sector and academia.
Este tipo de reuniones te sirven para darte cuenta de todo lo que se está viviendo en América Latina sobre los temas de competitividad. Y hoy justamente en este sector estamos viendo sobre todo los temas de innovación tecnológica. Los que si hablamos de competitividad tenemos que hablar de tecnología. Y me está ayudando mucho para ver el panorama de ver lo que están haciendo otras ciudades y lo que podemos llegar a aplicar también nosotros en México.
The hub on the transfer and commercialization of technology is connecting and strengthening national innovation ecosystems in the region. Each edition of the hub trains budding technology entrepreneurs from the region's public and private sectors to take promising products and services from idea to market.
¿Por qué es importante que estemos juntos en esto? Porque la región tiene que estar unida y me parece que hay mucho conocimiento en la región que todavía no está explotado comercialmente como podría ser, y esta es la mejor manera de hacerlo.
Tenemos la proyección de cada año generar y compartir nuevas experiencias entre aquellos que contribuyen a la innovación. Queremos cambiar el cómo lo hemos estado haciendo en Latinoamérica. Queremos generar la unión de los países. Queremos colaborar.
Our virtual platform on technology foresight, Prospecta Americas, will support OAS member states in identifying and mapping future trends and technological development of critical importance for the Americas.
Este esfuerzo, el cual viene siendo apoyado por la Organización de los Estados Americanos, nos permitirá tener una gran información para poder mapear estas iniciativas de innovación y poder que ellas contribuyan al crecimiento económico, a la competitividad y al bienestar de nuestras naciones.
Como bien sabemos, nos encontramos ya en la cuarta revolución industrial, la que está cambiando rápidamente la forma en que se hace negocios, se produce, se consume y se genera bienestar y entretenimiento en el mundo. Es la mayor amenaza, tal vez la mejor oportunidad que tenemos en nuestras naciones.
The Inter-American Teacher Education Network, the I-10, is working to improve the quality of teachers with an emphasis on science, technology, engineering, and mathematics education. In 2019, the I-10 launched the first STEM Teacher Fellowship of the Americas. The Energy and Climate Partnership of the Americas, ECPA, is working with governments in the Caribbean to advance electric mobility and clean transport as the sub-region pursues energy independence. Under our Integrated Water Resources Management Program, SETI is responding to the demand of member states for platforms and applications that enable data-driven policies. In the Central American region, for example, we're expanding the scope of Costa Rica's Plataforma Interactiva de Aplicación del Clima Tropical This tool captures and disseminates real-time climate and water data, promoting resilient agriculture. The Inter-American Committee on Ports is building human and institutional capacity through public-private partnerships to address port modernization, logistics, and security. CooperaNet, SETI's multi-stakeholder platform for cooperation and partnerships, is being relaunched in 2019, responding to member states' call for a more robust hub for cooperation. In a region where 8 out of 10 consumers begin or end their shopping process online, SETI has entered into a partnership with the private sector.
Es una herramienta que sin duda acerca a las MIPYMES hacia la demanda que hoy está migrando a Internet, y con eso pretendemos mejorar las ventas y el posicionamiento de las empresas pequeñas.
As we look to the future, the Executive Secretariat for Integral Development will continue to leverage cooperation and partnerships to expand our reach, proving that together we are much more than the sum of our 34 member states.
Me and my kids have been there for over an year right now. And children are friends. It doesn't matter where they come from.
estamos en una zona netamente selvática. La línea de adyacencia va desde el norte hasta el sur, va desde Modesto Méndez hasta Aguas Turbias, tanto en el norte como en el sur. Esta línea tiene 215 kilómetros de extensión.
De allí vino él, se buscó creo con los de la OEA y de allí vino el proyecto para acá, para Judá. Y fue que lo dieron el terreno, y lo dieron todo lo que era mano de obra y el material para hacer las casas que están ahorita. Y por ese motivo estamos aquí viviendo todavía.
La misión continúa trabajando en la implementación de medidas de fomento de la confianza mientras aguarda el resultado del reclamo que está atendiendo la Corte Internacional de Justicia por la disputa marítima, territorial e insular. Nuestra oficina en la zona de adyacencia realiza verificaciones a solicitud de ambos gobiernos, facilita reuniones y patrullajes conjuntos entre las Fuerzas Armadas y promueve una cultura de paz y cooperación entre las comunidades locales.
Children will be children and they have harmony. They don't see each other as a different country, but they see each other that they're growing together.
Este video fue producido con la ayuda financiera de la Unión Europea.
Hoy, esta organización es el guardián regional en defensa de la democracia, la libertad y los derechos humanos. Los países se han comprometido con estos valores a través de instrumentos legales como la Carta Democrática Interamericana, la Convención Americana de Derechos Humanos y todas las demás convenciones interamericanas. Nuestro trabajo es mantener los más altos estándares. Debemos ser objetivos, analizar los hechos, denunciar cuando veamos corrupción, inequidad o amenazas a la libertad. En esos casos, No podemos ser neutrales.
More than 100 years since the inauguration of this building, the OAS headquarters, our institution still brings together the peoples of the Americas to address our responsibilities as a partnership of nations. As we look to the future, our work must also focus on the construction of a positive agenda that continues to favorably impact millions of lives. Every day.
SETI's results for 2018 proves our effectiveness as a development partner, placing people at the center of our work and leveraging partnerships and cooperation to transform policy imperatives into action. With an eye on the rapidly changing global context, SETI is innovating to constructively address the emerging challenges and opportunities for the region. As part of our competitiveness program, SETI is designing precise tools to assess assets and capabilities in the productive sector to determine paths towards higher value goods and services. As our flagship program for partnerships, the Americas Competitiveness Exchange on Innovation and Entrepreneurship, VACE, will continue to leverage good practices and the power of networks to increase trade and investment in the region.
For us, the role of the OAS is very important, connecting countries, connecting governments and private sector, and letting us know what other countries are doing it and how we can replicate that in our countries to enhance development.
For me, who has come here to look at how can we develop our own ecosystem, our own innovation hubs, our own accelerators, I think seeing this, touching, feeling, seeing the transformation, seeing how quickly you've made it happen is a testament to what is possible. So I believe all of us leave here stronger than ever.
The Working Group of Experts on Subnational Competitiveness, the GTEX, is our gateway program to promote local economic competitiveness policies alongside municipal and state-level governments, together with the private sector and academia.
Este tipo de reuniones te sirven para darte cuenta de todo lo que se está viviendo en América Latina sobre los temas de competitividad. Y hoy justamente en este sector estamos viendo sobre todo los temas de innovación tecnológica, pues que si hablamos de competitividad tenemos que hablar de tecnología. Y me está ayudando mucho para abrir el panorama de ver lo que están haciendo otras ciudades y lo que podemos llegar a aplicar también nosotros en México.
The Hub on the Transfer and Commercialization of Technology is connecting and strengthening national innovation ecosystems in the region. Each edition of the Hub trains budding technology entrepreneurs from the region's public and private sectors to take promising products and services from idea to market.
Porque es importante que estemos juntos.
Solidarity event towards those who are displaced, forcefully displaced, and the host communities in Central America and Mexico, organized by the government of Spain, Costa Rica, and Guatemala, with the support of the High Commissionary of the United Nations of ACNUR, or UNHCR, and the Organization of American States. In order to begin, we request His Excellency Rodolfo Solano Quiros, who is the Minister of Foreign Affairs Costa Rica, to moderate this section. Good morning, everyone who is with us in person and through virtual means, and His Excellency President of Republic of Costa Rica, Don Carlos Quezada, His Excellency government from the government of Spain, Pedro Sanchez, President of Spain, Pedro Sanchez Castejon, Dr. Alejandro Yamate, His Excellency Dr. Alejandro Yamate, President of the Republic of Guatemala, distinguished guests who are comprised of the Comprehensive Regional Protection and Solutions Frameworks, MIRPS, distinguished leaders that integrate the Central American region, distinguished high commissioners of the countries who support the MIRPS platforms, vice ministers who are with us, high commissioners of the United Nations, Mr. Filippo Grandi, Secretary General of the Integral Central American Integration System, Vinicius Cerezo, Secretary General Organization of the American States, Mr. Luis Almagro, representatives of multilateral organizations of the Development Bank of the IDB, press, dearest friends, under the name of the government of Republic of Costa Rica that has the presidency pro tempore, Central American, we give you a warm welcome to this event of support platform Solidarity in Action and the host communities in Central America and Mexico, the countries that integrate MERPS, the support platform and the international community has met in San Jose and virtually throughout the world with three main objectives. The first one is to mobilize bilateral and multilateral resources in order to support in a decisive manner the response to national governments in front of the forced displacement situation in Central America and Mexico, which is exacerbated by the pandemic. Second, to identify future actions and promote a strong commitment and imprimatic and coordinated between all of the key actors, cooperating states, actors of development, private sector, and civil society as a whole. Third, sensitize on priority areas, gaps, challenges, and opportunities, all of them related to the forced displacement in Central America and Mexico. For this, we will begin with an opening segment, followed by the interventions of the representatives of MERPS countries, expressions of solidarity and announcements of commitments, and we will close along with summaries and contributions of the same. A valuable opportunity that has invoked an opportunity that we must take advantage of. Now we have the honor to pass the word to His Excellency Mr. Carlos Alvarado, President of the Republic of Costa Rica. Good morning, everyone. Dear Pedro Sanchez, Mr. President Diamate, who is with us on the main table and observing all of the protocols, extending my greetings to all of the people in this event, in person and virtual event. I celebrate this event of solidarity with immigrants and refugees, probably the most vulnerable people who go through complex situations. If we had to ask ourselves, what is that cause, one cause, which originated the immigration and refugee situation? We could give one. And my answer to that is no. I think there is no phenomena so multidimensional and multi-causal as immigrations and refugees. This morning, I had the honor of being together with the Central American presidents of El Salvador at breakfast and the chancellors of the region. And we were looking into this entire scope of circumstances that generated this phenomenon. And immediately we can relate it to climatic changes, the strongest hurricanes the drought and rain that affected the region, that caused loss of crops in the region. And that is the only cause. Climatic changes, right? And then we see this loss of spaces for people in rural areas when there is no longer the availability of health and
This meeting
education
is
in the
being
state,
recorded.
and gives way to the organized crimes and drug trafficking. And we see that when there is no possibility of self-dignity to every human being. And at a given moment, we need to try to imagine, put into concept, and put ourselves into the shoes of that person who goes forward with their process of migration and refugee, leaving their homes in order to understand that reality that stands behind them. That is why I celebrate the fact that we are here together, and that is why I thank President Sanchez, his government as well, in order to initiate this space. We speak with great normality on MIRPS, and we keep repeating MIRPS, and sometimes we just ask ourselves, what is MIRPS? And we don't even know it. MIRPS is the Comprehensive Regional Protection and Solution Framework for these topics. The presidency that goes forward by Guatemala, the pro tempore presidency of MIRPS, and Spain, who precedes the platform of the countries of support, which is Argentina, Brazil, Canada, Colombia, Switzerland, France, and Uruguay. It is possible that today we are making visible the migratory circumstance and some of the political situations. But the dignity of people and human rights is not just a mere topic. It is a topic that must pertain and must remain in the implementation of public policies and in the implementation of regional and global solidarity. Going back to my first point, and to close, there is one way or one cause of this phenomena. No. But there is a first step in their solutions. That first step is solidarity. That first step is love. That first step is human rights. That first step is collaboration. Only in this manner we will be able to provide a response to the people, those who are the most vulnerable. Costa Rica is proud to be here along with Guatemala and Spain in this effort. Our commitment, our duty towards human rights obliges us to them, along with other agendas, that in a way that it should be only solidarity that will help us to provide a response to this topic. I look forward with a lot of hope, the commitments that can be assumed in the space in order to protect the most vulnerable. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, President Alvarado, who highlights the relation of human rights, commitment, responsibility, and solidarity, actions that are irrevocable. Now I have the pleasure of passing the floor to His Excellency Pedro Sanchez, President of Spain, in his pro tempore presidency of the MIRPS support platform. Dear authorities, ladies and gentlemen, dearest President Carlos, dearest President from Guatemala as well, ladies and gentlemen, we are here today to explore in a way to confront forced displacement and avoid, in consequence, a possible crisis within the international scenario. Within UNHCR, there are 1 million people who are displaced in this region, which is a reality that goes especially between women, young people, and that has complex causes, economic, environmental causes that, and to this, COVID-19 pandemic has been added. And now, along with the global, in the global compact of refugees, we need to create a fundamental provision for these. Now, for the countries of MIRPS, for the value of 350 million euros, and the situation makes us double our efforts. In this sense, I would like to announce that Spain is going to provide 6.3 million euros, 6.7 million dollars for the countries of MIRPS. Now, this contribution represents the 14% of this financial estimation, and this is going to be for ACNUR, UNHCR, and we will provide that this works as an aid to other options. Confronting the crisis of displacements, we are going to strengthen our forces and governments, the community, the host communities, to provide healthcare and access to employment and education. And this should be a free election and not just a way out due to lack of opportunities. This year, confronting the support of the MIRPS platform, the objective of Spain is to improve forced displacement and host communities. And this way, and this is how it will be. We will continue working so that the European Union prioritizes this union in their policies. We are going to keep on strengthening the alliances with multilateral institutes of development and also with the private sector, which is very much necessary in order to join efforts and in consequence to mobilize resources. And we are going to continue with the technical training in important areas such as asylum applications, the human trafficking, and the situation of minors who are not accompanied by adults. And in order to create a greater attention in the international community to this phenomenon, I confide that this event of solidarity helps us get support in order to look for solutions to underlying causes of displacement in Central America. You can count on Spain for that. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, President, for this, to remind us that we have women, girls, and boys who are vulnerable. Thank you very much for this announcement, and it is our obligation to attend in a joint responsibility. Now, I have the pleasure of inviting His Excellency President Mr. Alejandro Yamatei, President of the Republic of Guatemala. Mr. President, please. His Excellency Mr. Carlos Alvarado, President of Republic of Costa Rica, President pro tempore of SICA, His Excellency Pedro Sanchez, President of the Government of Spain, and pro tempore Presidency of MIRPS, His Excellency States of Government, Your Excellency States of Governments, and other delegations that are with us. I had brought a written discourse, but I'm going to ignore that because I would like to take this moment to remind you that today it has been 30 years ever since we formed SICA as part of agreements of peace in 1982. Central America was going through tough times at that time. Forced migration was looked upon every day. countries that we had internal armed conflicts, and we were not able to resolve that, but the peace processes were advancing, and we managed to provide peace to the countries, but not development. And great deficiencies, one of the great deficiencies that we have, that the countries have in this region, is that we haven't had the vision of uniting and combating structural causes that give rise to migration. People don't leave because they want to leave. People leave because they need to. People leave because of lack of education, because of lack of healthcare systems, lack of employment, lack of livelihood, and in some cases, due to insecurity reasons. In some cases, people are just obliged. A 5-year-old girl, a Guatemalan 5-year-old girl, was found in the desert in the United States, and she was lost. Imagine the situation of a girl who's 5 years old, left out in a desert where a coyote had left her abandoned. We have seen many of people like that dying, trying to arrive to a place that might represent some sort of security for their development than ours in our own countries. Some people have said that they have to create, some people have said that they need to create barriers or walls, and some of them have done it, 3,000 kilometers long. And a migration is not stopped by walls and barriers. If walls are established, they create tunnels, but people go by. People risk their lives. But imagine what needed to be done so that that 5-year-old girl could have the rights in order to reunite with her mother. They had to contract a smuggler in order to for them to be able to reach out to their mother in the United States. Today, the movements that we see in Central America are those flows with the lack of opportunities, because as states we have been incapable of providing solutions to the problems of our people. We are betting on lateral adjustments to stop it, however it can. And we have reached to the point of criminalizing the migrant, and a migrant is not a criminal. A migrant is a person who is trying to join something that he is not able to find. We are the most vulnerable region in terms of climate change, the Caribbean and Central America. And the displacement after tropical storms and hurricanes of last year, Cristobal, Amanda, Eta, Iota, made many people mobilize because they lost everything. 1.8 million people were affected in Guatemala. We received international support? Yes, we did. But nothing compared to the destruction that we had. And this year we will be having even more. Surely, hurricanes, the time period of the rains that are going to start with a lot of force, because we have moved from drought to heavy rainfalls. And what we can foresee at short term is that we will be having more people trying to migrate from droughts to flood. The invitation is to the developed countries, those who have in their hands the concentration of industrialization of the globe, which are mostly the causes of climate change. They need to make sure that the weak states, economically speaking, could have the resources not for reconstructing the same bridge every year, not because it's not made properly, but because it falls, because every day it gets worse. We need to do it, and the world needs to turn around to look into a region where we can see the sunny islands of the Caribbean every year, or where we can see a flooded Central America, or we see a Central America without possibilities of any rain in a drought, being a region which has water without any possibility of irrigation in order to produce. Gentlemen, states, heads of state, prime ministers, today we have at our hand the possibility to strengthen the Central American integration in order to look for and convert Central America into a prosperity zone. That is the only thing that can stop migration. If all three of us can do the maximum we can with contribution, private companies, governments that are in the region that help us generate employment and to create a logistical center of the Americas that joins up all three continents. But more than that, we could provide a response to people so that they do not leave. If we do not do that, we can put soldiers at the borders and people are just going to ignore that. Guatemalans, Hondurans, Salvadorians, or any other nationality can be just left dying when they fall off the train or when they're left abandoned by the smugglers in the deserts to their own luck or to their own misfortunes. The solution is in the development. And today we need to push Central America to a development. We need to push Central America to be able to provide effective responses in an unprecedented way to our population. Mr. President of Spain, you have been one of the countries that have most supported us. Today, the invitation is for you to continue supporting us, but also to move the commitments of the European Union in order for them to see Central America as an area of opportunity, because that's what we are. We are still an area of opportunity, because what we just need are resources, transformation, innovation, closing the digital gaps, making possible that the changes in education be through an educational reform, giving the possibility to future generations to move, better prepare themselves in order to confront their lives. The obligation of a state is to protect lives of their inhabitants. It's to promote development. But I promise you that after 1 year or 5 years of being in front of the government is that although we would like to do it, we always find a pebble in our shoes that comes through climatic change and lack of solidarity that many times is seen in those countries that are the causes that this climatic effect should come in. It's not the wars in Central America. The main cause is not the war in Central American regions. It's basically the lack of opportunities given by the states, and to confront the great challenges of achieving human development. And that's where we need to focus on. The human development in Central America needs to improve, and that can be given only when we create radical changes in systems of healthcare and education and rural development. Dear friends, I hope that in the following months we can take that pathway again that we have constructed throughout 30 years of integration, where we can integrate ourselves with CARICOM and be able to see this region as a region not just vulnerable to climatic change, as the worst one on the globe, but we can see a united Central America looking for the human development of their people. I am convinced that changes can be done. It is not a matter of just blowing in a bottle, as my grandmother said. The objective is to create common objectives, common goals, to create mediation, a long-term mediation that can help us go forward, and not to be considered as a poor region, because we are rich, and the greatest richness that we have is we are losing that. Our youth is leaving. And this situation that we have is unique and unrepeatable because we are giving it to other nations, whereas they should be working towards the strengthening of our own nations, of our institutions, and the strengthening of democracy in Central America. Thank you very much, and God bless. Thank you very much, President Yamatei, for establishing the urgent need of attending structural causes. Only by attending these causes, we will be able to be effective in the protection and solution and attending the solutions. So I have the pleasure to virtually invite Mr. Filippo Grande, United Nations High Commissioner for Refugees. Dearest Filippo, you may go ahead. Thank you very much, Chancellor. Thank you very much, Mr. President Alvarado Sanchez and Yamatei, delegates, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. First of all, I would like to thank each and every participant, in particular the governments of Costa Rica, of Spain, and Guatemala, and to all of the members of SICA, MERPS, and the support platform for MERPS. Thank you. My special thanks to President Sanchez for the announcement of an important financial contribution towards the MERPS. I hope it would serve as an example to other countries and alliances of this, partners of this project. Dear Presidents, I have been fortunate to follow the performance of the MERPS since its creation and to see how it has been consolidated into a political and operational instrument suitable to responding the critical humanitarian and protection needs, playing a central role, and I believe in progress, towards long-term solutions for the displacement in the region. Governance, prevention and protection of displacement, support for the resilience of the displaced people and their host communities, as well as the strengthening of asylum systems, protection and solutions, are key areas where MERPS stands out for its contribution. As it has been well explained, Presidents Alvarado and Yamatei, the multi-causal nature of forced displacement associated with the lack of employment and opportunities and food insecurity, violence, organized crime, institutional fragility, impacts of climate change and the pandemic continue to be a challenge for the region and for all of us. It is therefore essential to strengthen the joint work with development actors, financial institutions, the private sector, and non-traditional donors and civil society. The crisis in Central America is both humanitarian in its impact and security and development in its roots. These three dimensions are closely linked and will not be mitigated. The high levels of human mobility without a comprehensive and coordinated response that can promote achievements in terms of social inclusion, prosperity, and reduction of violence. Responding to the challenges of displacement in the region requires now more than ever the communion of our efforts. In this sense, both the Comprehensive Development Plan for Northern Central America and Mexico, led by ECLAC, and the plans and priorities set by the MERPS member countries require the support and investment of the international community and financial institutions so that the levels of insecurity and the socio-economic crisis affecting the region do not worsen, causing even more displacement and the suffering of hundreds of thousands of men and women, girls and boys. UNHCR, my organization, will continue to contribute to achieving this goal, supporting MERPS along with other initiatives that promote more opportunities for this region. Our hope is that each of you will do the same. Thank you very much for your attention. Thank you very much, Filippo, for your participation, and you used a term that I think needs to resonate in us, is union of forces. Now I have the great honor to invite virtually the Secretary General Organization of American States, Mr. Luis Almagro. Please go ahead, Luis. Thank you, Mr. Chancellor. The main objective for which we are here is to provide protection to our brothers and sisters of Central America and Mexico who have been strongly denied of work and entrepreneurship under the name of the OAS and the Technical Secretariat of the Comprehensive Regional Protection and Solution Frameworks and the Friends of ACNUR. It is an honor to participate. We are celebrating along with the President of Costa Rica, me from Guatemala, my friend Jamate from Spain. Thank you very much, Mr. President, for the important announcements made today in terms of contributions, as Filippo mentioned. We hope that it serves as an example for everyone else. President Alvarado Hernandez, Gonzalez, Chancellor Marcelo Gar, General Secretary at SICA, my dearest friend. At this moment, in order to support of the countries that are participating in MERPS and together to face the forced displacement in the regions, and along with this support platform of MERPS, civil organizations, private sectors who have even joined up in solidarity in this one cause to protect the rights of the people in Central America and Mexico that migrate in search of a better future. The situation encompasses more than a billion people who have been forcefully displaced: children, pregnant women, older adults, young people. A situation that has been aggravated by the situations of climatic change that create challenges for their subsistence, and the scenario that gets worse due to the devastating impacts of the pandemic and also the storms that have affected and devastated countries. So also we need to show in a collective manner to the rest of the world our backup, our empathy in front of this taking into consideration humanity to these people who have been forced to displace themselves. Now, at this moment, as a historical moment in which we are at this decisive moment, in order to show all of the ways of support in all of the scopes of that our Central American brothers and sisters are suffering, and we still require additional investments, albeit investments are already being done. Now, these schemes that the countries have done of quantifying the exercises of the requirements of these protections and to attend the needs of that are most important as to access to health, education, social protection, employment, all of these things that are important to create long-term effects for all of the population that have been displaced. And here I would like to mention that the link which is most important that the OAS needs to put in disposition is the voluntary contribution funds. It is a tool for channelizing resources so that countries of MERPS can comply with the acquired commitments in the framework of this process and to have additional investments that are caused by the pandemic and natural disasters that help respond people in their hosting communities as well as people who have been displaced. Following up with the values of solidarity, the OAS goes forward with cooperation. We would like to provide the space in order to fully support the shared responsibility. We are many donors. The development banks, civil society, and others who are represented in this reunion in order to improve cooperation, marking this moment with history to increase resilience, adaptation, and inclusiveness. A history that has a story that, if successful, will be a landmark for everyone in Central America and the host communities. We will not rest. We will continue the advocacy for durable solutions for those people who are displaced in Central America and Mexico in order to generate more inclusion, for more protection, more dignity, and more rights for people. Thank you, dear Chancellor. Thank you very much, Luis. Let's create MERPS into a success so that it establishes or creates a difference, as mentioned by the General Secretariat of the OAS. Now, I invite the General Secretary of SICA, Mr. Vinicio Cerso, Secretary General, Central American Integration System, SICA.
En pleno siglo XXI, a nivel global,
in this 21st century at global level, the amount of refugees and internally displaced people are greater than the Second World War, a scenario that does not help. And however, this step is correct and huge in order to look for collaboration and commitment from governments and institutions, private sectors, and civil society. Distinguished Mr. President of the Government of Spain, Pedro Sanchez, distinguished President Carlos Alvarado, Alejandro Yamatei, First Minister Mr. Felix Ulloa, Chancellor and representatives of member states of Central American Integration System, SICA, distinguished members of the Organization of American States, Mr. Luis Almagro, Mr. Filippo Grandi, United Nations High Commissioner for Refugees, ambassadors of friends, of member friends, and civil society. I thank and congratulate the organizers, especially the government of Spain that has the pro-temporary presidency of the MERPS regional framework, the Comprehensive Regional Protection and Solutions Framework, Mr. Alejandro Giametti, President of the Republic of Guatemala, pro-temporary presidency of MERPS, and also Mr. Vinicio Cerso, Central American Integration System, towards these people who are displaced. Making visible of the people in the region is key, along with the decision of a group of friends such as Spain is fundamental. An articulated work with Mexico are all of the necessary ingredients in order to achieve success, not just by the human mobility that has been characterized by the region, the climatic changes or other causes, but also because in the region we have been characterized in order to provide protection and solidarity for those who are refugees without keeping in mind from where they come. And in spite of the difficulties that the region has, we are in solidarity. This region deserves greater global solidarity. Thank you for those who joined themselves today with their voices and commitments from many countries and sectors. 8 months after the adoption of MERPS, on the 28th of June 2018, the heads of state and government created a mandate for the Minister of Foreign Affairs for SICA and the General Secretariat to be able to evaluate the causes and consequences of migration and create a plan of action for the integral attention, for comprehensive attention of those denominated SICA countries. This has created an important precedence which along with the technical accompaniment from the UNHCR. And in 2019, there was a study of the displacement of the countries of SICA with the purpose of obtaining a regional X-ray which is updated and fundamented on the situation of the migration and displacement. As we all know, the migration has a multi-causal issue, and it needs to be developed in an intersectorial manner. And that's why we need another paradigm, so that furthermore than just security, we can analyze it based on human rights, attending the particular conditions of vulnerability on climate changes in the region. The strategic actions of SICA countries represent concrete response aligned with all 4 pillars of MERPS, linked to the plan of action of Brazil, and linked to currently the SICA countries are in the last phase of approval from the Council of Ministers of Foreign Affairs of SICA. And we, along with the next presidency pro tempore of Guatemala, the Central American region will have a very strong instrument that will confront the structural causes of human mobility. We should not lose sight of, in addition to the collaborative and innovative solutions, the improvement of conditions of life for development. And for this, the economic social recovery of the region is key, and for this the integration is an instrument. SICA is one of the most successful processes in development. The efforts of the presidents and development are oriented to an advancement of a better region. The solutions are sufficiently diagnosed. It is a shared work. The political will, as it has always been said, to join up efforts and in order to create an integration for a better cooperation, a greater regional and foreign investment, security, and other strategic aspects that will create a radical change in the scenario that we already know. There is a lot to do, but if we join our strengths, I am sure that we will be able to consolidate the region of this in creation of opportunities, because nobody is safe until everyone is. Thank you very much, Mr. President. Thank you very much, General Secretary of SICA, for your intervention and to remind us that this is a time of action. Diagnoses are already made. We end this first segment of this meeting. We thank you for these interventions and participations on behalf of President Sanchez, President Yamatei, President Alvarado, along with the Secretary of the OAS, Filippo Grandi. And so, Mr. Luis Almagro and Ministro Cerezo. So we go forward with Mr. Pedro Brolo in his quality of, who will facilitate the next segment. We thank you. We thank all of the participants.
Muy buenos días. Me complace dirigirme.
Good morning. I am pleased to talk about this segment in the declaration of countries within comprehensive regional protection and solutions frameworks, MIRPS. In a platform that has been developed by MIRPS, currently under the leadership of the government of Spain. As we all know, the World Compact has been, the Global Compact on Refugees has been developed under the Comprehensive Regional Protection and Solutions Framework. In this context, the countries have assumed the commitment in order to address the topics of cooperation, international cooperation, and co-responsibility. This has been referended by the global impact and at regional level with MIRPS. And in this sense, it is a pleasure to participate in the first event of solidarity as an activity that materializes this compact. This event of solidarity creates an open dialogue on the current situation of the MIRPS region, the advancement of the refugees, and the financial and technical needs. We will be addressing the national declarations of every one of the countries that create to strengthen their actions throughout the resources that they have with the financial and technical support of other strategic alliances, such as the financial institutes, foundations, and cooperation agencies. Having said the latter, we will provide interventions, modules, declarations from other MIRP countries, an opportune space for the MIRPS countries sharing advances and technical and financial needs that have been identified throughout the national areas. So now I pass the floor to His Excellency Johnny Briceño, Prime Minister of Belize. Good morning, Mr. President. I would like to start by saying that I completely agree with the President of Guatemala with the words that he shared, and they have written down the chancellors that truly we are living in the most beautiful region of the world. And my apologies for saying this, Mr. President. Spain is very beautiful, but not as beautiful as Central America. But we can go to Belize as well. But honestly, our people are leaving Central America, particularly as Mr. President Jamatei mentioned, the youth, who are the future of all of the countries. And honestly, we need to take this moment to ask ourselves, why so? Why are they leaving? Why are they leaving at somewhere else? Why are they leaving Central America? They are leaving because they are feeling that there are more opportunities than what they have here in Central America. And the truth is that the developed countries are holding us responsible for this. They say that this is our problem, that we believe that we created this problem, but we did not create this problem. Yes, we have to hold ourselves a bit responsible that we can be better governments, but we did not create climate change. We did not create the job trend. It is the developed countries that created this problem, something that we have absolutely no control over. How many times in Belize people arrive and groups of different countries arrive, and they're telling us that we need to protect our protected areas that we have, such as the forest, the water, because it is important for the planet. And I agree with them, it is important. But I've always told them that in the countries that are developed, they did what they had to do in order to develop their countries. They forgot about the environment and they created opportunities for their people. And I tell them that if you want us to be able to do this for you, then you have to pay us. Help us to be able to continue to protect the planet. And the same thing applies to the job trend. Countries up north are holding us responsible for the job trend. And we have to use the limited resources that we have fighting narco-traffickers, narcos that have billions of dollars at their disposal. And we have very little. Monies that we have in order to use to create opportunities for our people, to keep our children in school, to be able to invest in infrastructure that will last long, that will create opportunities so that more people will want to stay in this beautiful area of the planet called Central America. I say this because we have to go hold the developed countries responsible for this. And we alone cannot look for all of the answers to this. Today, President Sanchez is a very good example of what can be done with our friends of developed countries in order to help us and confront those problems that we are having in Central America. But we have to do it together, joint, not just Central America, but also the Caribbean. I would like to say, I would like to say that we in Belize are members of SICA, are members of Central America Integration System, and are members of CARICOM. And I'm mentioning that all of my team and my members of Chancellor will look for all of the ways so that CARICOM and SICA can work jointly or together in order to confront these problems, to ensure that we can get help for our people to be able to create a more beautiful area and create opportunities for the people in the Caribbean and for the people in Central America. Thank you very much, and may God bless us all. May God continue to bless us all. Thank you very much, Prime Minister Johnny Briceño, to create a call for all of the industrialized countries in order to contribute for the Central America and the Caribbean as the most vulnerable countries confronting climate change. Next, I pass the floor to Vice President of El Salvador, His Excellency Mr. Felix Ulloa. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. From the government of El Salvador, we would like to extend our greetings in this event, and in particular our sister country for the being for the pro tempore of this system, and being the 38th member of the OCD in the region. And also for and definitely the government, the Spanish government. I would say President Yamatei was mentioned that we are completing the 30th anniversary of the creation of the Central American integration system. But this year, we also have the bicentenary of the independence of the Spanish. And that is why it is so important. The presence of the Spanish government is so important. And in order to contribute to this solidarity support, to contribute to one of these problems of the current reality, not just in our region, where we have dramatic stories of our migrants that stay in the desert, trying to get a better future in the United States. This is going on everywhere. We have those trying to cross the Mediterranean, or those going through Eastern Europe. It is worth considering and structural causes that create these phenomena, because the phenomena of refugees that we have right now is eminently humanitarian, and it has efficiently administered by UNHCR are necessary measures in order to assist the needs of these people who are obliged to leave their countries in order to look for a better future, leaving their countries. But we also need to look into structural causes so that we don't have to continue dealing with the effects of a problem of migration, which is a forced migration that generates as immediate consequence a topic of refugees. And in Salvador, we have identified, among other causes, because it is an agreement that the phenomena has multiple causes, but there are causes that have accelerated it, above all in the last decades. And in our case, the criminal groups were one of the main issues of the last few times, especially children, minors who are not accompanied to the United States by adults. But also another structural cause is the topic of, in addition to gang members, is the exclusion. The model that has been designed by the countries and in benefit of the director of the Western Hemisphere of the National Consensus of the United States called us the predator agencies. Those who benefit of those models, those are the causes that there are these massive migrations, and especially in our countries, where a development model gave their backs to this. And we've not just had migration to the United States and rest of the countries of Central America, but also towards the cities, going with this group of unemployed and the misery that surrounds the capital. And that is why the president from day one decided to combat these fundamental causes, recover the territories that were under the hands of criminal groups that the state had lost its sovereignty, is the first measure of territorial plan. And to approve a master plan of agricultural recovery is one of the strongest measures that we have taken this year. And 15 days ago, the trust has been approved of El Salvador that will approve of $1,200 millions of dollars, of $1.2 million, and where they are coffee. We will be restarting with the agriculture, and we will be completing with one of the objectives of the millennium of the Agenda 2030 with the Sustainable Development Goals, but also the migration, avoiding the forced migration. And if we dedicate the structural migration and we input or we provide a social security and combat the root cause of this country, of these issues, we will be having a specified agenda, and hopefully the projects and platforms that have been stimulated right now can be encompassed within the social and comprehensive policies 2030, 2040 approved by the comprehensive approved by the Comprehensive Development Plan. And this has been, along with a representative of the FAO, in order to position in this forum the needs to assist that policy of social comprehensive integration, which has been generated by COVID-19, with the support of other nations, of the other organizations of the United Nations, and the plan of 3Rs: reactivation, social reconstruction, and resilience. I think, keeping in mind these policies and instruments that we are now commenting and incentivizing the international community to follow the example of Spain to accompany us, we will be able to tackle this problem in a structural way and eliminate it from its roots. And in this way, in the next meeting, we can provide reports that we are resolving one of the underlying causes in the current world, especially in this region, as our friend, the First Minister of Belize mentioned, which is the region of Central America. Thank you very much, and may success be with all of you. Thank you very much, Your Excellency, Mr. Felix Ulloa. The agricultural recovery for sustainable development of rural communities will provoke the decrease in migration and improve security in terms of food. Now next, we have the honor of inviting His Excellency Juan Orlando Hernandez, President of the Republic of Honduras. Good morning, Your Excellencies, Mr. President, Mr. Vice Ministers, Chancellors. I don't have so much liberty to action as the presidents in order to not acknowledge what's been written, but I will try to deviate a little bit from what I have written. In Honduras, we have done important efforts, on the migration phenomena in order to correct the damages that are caused by the migration phenomena. In San Pedro Sula, 2017, that started with the Comprehensive Regional Protection and Solutions Frameworks, MIRPS, and we continue with that. The elaboration of a national plan of action derived from pertaining to the MIRPS initiative as country of origin, transit, and destination of migrants is one of the other efforts that have been done in the country. We have done other efforts in order to correct the migrations of the migrant who is leaving, along with those who have the intention or reach Honduras, in some cases remain in the country and then leave whenever possible. The efforts to return the dignity that they lose when they leave their places of origin is enormous in the region. The Central American and Caribbean region, as some of you have mentioned, those who have done your interventions, is between two continental masses that demand and produce. And by the same manner, it is a bridge to both the oceans, and it helps the world as a transportation method as and yet as an exchange zone. And however, our countries have not able to explore all of the options available for this, but the criminals have done that. The narcos, the armed forces, they have been able to do it in order to create self-benefits, and this has affected a lot of our countries, and of course the most vulnerables that end up migrating. But now the pandemic has added up to this, along with the climatic changes. And so we are in a region that we have not been able to take advantage of the full potential of it, but it has been taken advantage by others. We need to modify the entire concept of what we do in order to manage to attack and control the effect of these causes that are at underlying or the base of the problem. Now, we have almost reconstructed at least 3 times our transportation systems, our highways, because of due to if in Europe it is necessary in order to create a plan after the Second World War in a region of only 50,000 inhabitants as we are now, could be part of the solution. A complete attack, a total and complete attack to the causes that are at the base of the problems of migration and development, which is not possible to resolve from within, because there are too many causes that are provoked outside of the region, and we cannot control that. Climatic changes are one of the main threats at this moment, because we have done a lot of efforts in our region to contain violence, and we have had success. All of the countries in Central America and the SICA region has had great success. It is not enough, but we have managed to control criminals, and it at an enormous cost. This has obliged us to spend our resources that we had in order to create technologies in the country, developed at huge costs, because they are based on security, without being able to obtain sufficient financing and adequate support. I feel that the schemes need to change. It is necessary that the financing that is required to correct or combat the causes within which we have crimes, lack of health, lack of education that has provoked migration, to better conditions, to better financing, to better proposals. Furthermore than what a corporation can have, we need to go to the benefit to human dignity that is unfortunately migrating. Our proposal and our reflection is that it is possible to correct all this in the region, that we have all of the opportunities, we have all of the means, all of the resources, all of the friends of the international community. So it is the moment to ensure that the efforts of everyone is coherent to guarantee the effective impact in improving the conditions of our citizens that need to migrate. And so we need to mention that the integration system, the Central American integration system, is one of the platforms that can be used which has great potential for its success. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mr. Jose Barahona, Subsecretariat of the Republic of Honduras. Now we have the pleasure to invite Ms. Olga Sanchez Cordero, Minister of the Interior of Mexico. Thank you very much. I extend my greetings to Carlos Alvarado, President of the Republic of Costa Rica, Pedro Sanchez, President of the Government of Spain, Alejandro Yamatei, President of the Republic of Guatemala, along with Mr. Filippo Grandi, United Nations High Commissioner for Refugees, Vinicio Cerezo, Secretary General, Central American Integration System, and also Luis Almagro, General Secretary, Organization of the American States. It is an honor for me to share this space with you in order to reflect on the circumstances that originate the forced displacement and create along with them the regional directives and policies that are oriented to improve conditions of the of people who are displaced in host states. I am sure that along with the construction and proper coordination of programs within the Comprehensive Regional Protection and Solution Framework by abbreviated MIRPS, we will be able to link our efforts in terms of security in order to combat the causes of this problem. In our country, the normative and institutional efforts are concrete. Through the Mexican Commission of Aid to Refugees, who Andres Ramirez is the head of, is a great worker and has great experience in this topic. In Mexico, from 2019 to 2020, the amount of 152,792 applications were assisted for asylum. These applicants are mostly Central American, and they have found a coordinated response. They have found a coordinated and humanitarian response in our country. The institutions of Mexican states are working with international organizations in order to assist or aid the refugees in our territory. The members that comprise the OAS need to strengthen the migration policies of human rights protection of the people that leave or that migrate due to multiple causes, but above all, the effects on climatic change, violence, social and economic inequalities, gender violence, and also the social exploitation in terms of personal and work issues for girls and boys. Especially in this moment, the cases of COVID-19, the COVID-19 cases, host communities need to reinforce public health in order to offer vaccines to everyone without distinguishment of age, gender, socioeconomic conditions, sexual orientation, or nationalities. We are proud that our country, at no moment of the pandemic, has stopped aiding the population that is looking for international protection. We are very proud of that. Following up with the idea of the Mexican President Andrés Manuel López Obrador, who has extended in front of the international community that we need to make accessible the vaccines to people who are in condition of refugee or requesting asylum or seeking asylum. The solidarity and empathy need to be part of host communities. We need to be a country that offers protection to all of those families that are looking for a secure or a safer life, a better quality, and respecting their human rights. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Minister of the Interior of Mexico. Now we will pass the floor to Ms. Erika Muñez, Minister of Foreign Affairs of Panama.
Excelentísimos presidentes,
Your Excellencies, Presidents, Prime Ministers, Vice Presidents, Chancellors, dear friends, authorities that are with us here and virtually. I would like to take the opportunity of this moment to focus ourselves. I think we have said it in a very interesting manner that we have one of the phenomena that we have complained about and that we need to work on. But there is another phenomenon in terms of refugee and asylum seekers that arrive to South America and then go by all of us. This is a phenomena that needs to be made visible, needs to be assisted because it reduces the institutional capacity of all of the countries that we form part of the second level of migration that we have spoken of today. The migration that I am referring to, we have mainly countries of South America and makes their way on foot going towards the north. Due to the pandemic, there are phenomena that are generated that are extremely irregular. From Panama, we went through in February receiving 800 a month to 1,000 a day. So we went from receiving 8,000 a month to 800 a month to 1,000 per day. We had people that in 2 days there were 2,000 additional people that we needed to assist. So in Panama, it's the same. We need medical attention. We need to do COVID testing for the well-being of them and the entire Central American population. We also give food to breastfeeding mothers and children. But at the end, what I want to talk about is that it is a phenomena that we need to attend at regional level, because sitting down at the table, sitting down as a block, involving the actors of South America that arrive, and at the end, I'm repeating the words that have been mentioned, nobody chooses to be a migrant. It is an extremely delicate and hard situation, but it can be assisted. But looking the other way, not recognizing the problem. I'm saying that in Panama we have our borders with Colombia, which is one of the most dangerous borders of the world, which is filled by a forest where people need to be walking for 7 to 8 days. They are bitten by mosquitoes, by snake bites, children that are dehydrated, and it responds to human trafficking, criminal barriers that motivate this type of migration in a very ruthless manner, without recognizing the problem that this is generating. And we are taking advantage of this forum, and we need to focus ourselves right now to bring forth all of the actors and strategic alliances, including Spain, to make visible and create this institutional strength that is very important to assist this. And I feel that in very little time, in a short term, we may be able to create a very big impact, given the nature of the way these migrants arrive through South America. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Madam Minister of Foreign Affairs, Erika Muniz. I would like to thank Costa Rica as the host country and the way that they had a very strategic manner to host this great event. We know that the pathway is very long, human mobility is dynamic, and we know that this represents an uncountable amount of challenges. And I believe that the MERPS countries, along with the support platforms of MERPS, and those who would like to create a better prosperity, will be able to create a better quality of life for those people who are migrating. Now, we will ask the Minister of Foreign Affairs of Spain, Arancia González, in terms of solidarity and commitment announcements. Thank you very much. We are going to the segment of the agenda that is going to focus on the expressions of solidarity and we will pass the word to multilateral organizations and agents of cooperation, along with private sectors and civil societies and other actors, starting with Janet Lenarcic, which is the European Commissioner for Crisis Management in the European Union. You have the word.
Thank you, Madam Minister. Excellencies, ladies and
Muchas
gentlemen.
gracias, señora ministro, sus excelencias,
I
señoras y
wish to thank the
señores.
governments of Spain,
Quisiera agradecer.
Costa Rica, and Guatemala for
I wish to
organizing
thank the
this important
government of
event.
Guatemala to organize this
I
important event.
congratulate
I
all representatives
congratulate
of the
all of the
Central American
representatives of Central
Integration
American
System,
Integration System,
on your
SICA,
30th anniversary.
on your
I know
30th
from the
anniversary.
experience of
I
the
know
European Union
from the
that
experience
the
of the
joint
European
and
Union
common
that the
approach,
joint and
while
common
not without
approach,
challenges,
but not
is
without
likely to be more
challenges, is
successful
likely
when
to be
facing
more
the problems
successful
of the
when
modern
facing
world.
the problems of the modern world.
As
previous speakers illustrated, the situation in Central America requires the world's attention. The COVID-19 pandemic and hurricanes Iota and Eta have worsened an already fragile situation, including increasing the vulnerabilities of millions of families. The European Union and its member states remain firmly committed to the millions of displaced people living throughout Central America and Mexico and to the host communities. The EU has promoted sustainable development through economic, social, and environmental measures, including integration, security, and climate change adaptation. Our presence here today is a clear expression of our continued commitment. We are amongst the strongest supporters of the MERP's Regional Protection and Solutions Framework, and we intend to remain so. As proof of our continued support and in view of continued challenges facing the region, I am pleased to announce that the European Union pledges today 18.5 million euros. Out of this total amount, 12 million euros correspond to humanitarian assistance, offering a vital support in assistance to displaced individuals and their host communities, including food, water, education, nutrition, protection of victims of violence. Particular attention is paid to the most vulnerable groups, especially children. In addition, the EU is mobilizing 6.5 million euros to provide solutions for persons affected by forced displacement as well as their host communities, including access to health services and decent employment for refugees, asylum seekers, and migrants. These firms will help bridge the gaps between humanitarian development and peace-building initiatives with the goal of tackling the root causes of forced displacement in all its forms and finding a long-term solution to the crisis once and for all. Thank you. Thank you, European Commissioner for Crisis Management, Janet Lenarcic. Now I will pass the floor to Ms. Amy Pope, Assistant to the President and Senior Advisor for Migration in the United States of America. Amy, you have the floor. Good morning, Your Excellencies, Mr. President, Ministers, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. At first, I would like to extend my gratitude to our host here today, the Presidents of Spain, Costa Rica, and Guatemala, as well as UNHCR and OAS for their support for today's event. It was in 2014 that the United States first recognized the dire circumstances that were pushing Central American migrants to flee. In May 2014, we saw 10,000 children coming alone without parents, without family, crossing U.S. borders. In June 2014, we saw another 10,000 children cross our borders. By the end of our fiscal year, over 60,000 boys and girls, largely from Central America, crossed the U.S. southern borders. Most were fleeing desperate poverty, violence,
and insecurity.
It was President Biden, then Vice President Biden, who recognized that what we saw at our borders was just a symptom of something so much more profound that was happening in the region. And at that point, he knew that a U.S. southern border response was not going to be enough. It would just be a band-aid. He pushed the United States government to identify ways that we could address the root causes underlying the migration we were seeing.
That to create
we all know that to create a durable solution, to create the stability, to create the economic opportunity, it requires sustained attention. And it can never be one country acting alone. And unfortunately, in the intervening years, we have not seen the kind of meaningful engagement that has been needed, including on the part of my own government. And as a result today, we are seeing crisis levels of hunger in certain pockets of the region. We are seeing entire communities destroyed by climate change, by drought, by hurricanes. And we're seeing the crippling impact of the COVID-19 pandemic. Human suffering, significant. In March alone of the United States, we saw 18,000 children come across U.S. southern border, most from the Northern Triangle. And today, we are seeing the highest migration to date. I visited the southern border. I spoke to many of those children. And I know they're fleeing violence. They're fleeing the lack of education, the lack of opportunity. They're fleeing dire circumstances, and they are risking everything. Their parents are risking everything so that these children can find a more stable life. That is why President Biden asked me to be here today. That is why Vice President Harris, her first foreign trip was to this region and to meet with the Guatemalan president. That is why our Secretary of State this year last week, and that is why our Homeland Security and our Administrator of USAID are all making and will make trips to this region. The President has charged us to prioritize a regional solution to what is a regional challenge. And we applaud the efforts of this event, of the MERPS, which is a true example of solidarity, a true example of sharing responsibility through an effective regional platform. In recognition of the urgent needs that we are all facing, it is my privilege to announce that the United States will contribute more than $57 million in humanitarian assistance through international organization partners to support forcibly displaced people in Mexico and Central America. These funds will be used to support the MERPS governments to improve access to protection within the region in line with each government's national action plan. And this money is in addition to the $310 million in humanitarian assistance that Vice President Harris has already announced, which is for humanitarian relief and to address food and security in the region. We thank the other governments who are joining these efforts, and we encourage everyone to join in solidarity, to support, whether it's in kind donations, its technical assistance, or its financial contribution.
we urge you to join
And we urge you to join in supporting United Nations when they release their humanitarian response plan this summer. You can count on the continued support of the United States government. We will be an active member of the MERPS support platform. The urgency of this moment demands our collective attention. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Let me now turn.
Thank you very much. Let me now turn to Marco Mendicino. He is Minister of Immigration, Refugees and Citizenship of Canada. Minister Mendicino, the floor is yours.
Muchas gracias,
Thank you
Excellencies,
very
High
much.
Commissioners,
Excellencies, High
distinguished guests,
Commissioners,
all protocols
distinguished guests,
observed.
all protocols
Good
observed.
afternoon,
Good
bonjour, buenos
afternoon.
dias.
Bonjour, buenos
Greetings
dias.
from Canada.
Greetings from
Saludos
Canada.
desde Canada.
Greetings from Canada.
It is our custom to
It
begin
is our
proceedings
custom to
with an
begin
Indigenous
proceedings
land
with an
acknowledgement,
Indigenous
and
land
therefore,
acknowledgement, and
I am joining you
therefore
virtually
I am
from the
joining you
traditional territories
virtually
of the
from the
Mississaugas of the
territories
Credit
of
and the Haudenosaunee.
the Credit
Au
and
nom
the
du gouvernement du Canada, je tiens à
Speaking
exprimer ma gratitude
in
au gouvernement
another
de
language at
Costa
this
Rica,
time.
de Guatemala et de l'Espagne pour nous avoir réunis aujourd'hui à l'occasion de cet événement important. It's an honor to
Speaking
join
in-
you
It is
for
an
this
honor to join
solidarity
you
event
for the
and to
solidarity
recognize
event
the MERPS
and to
countries for
recognize
their
the MERPS
long-standing
countries
efforts
for the
to host
long-standing
and support
efforts to host and
refugees.
support refugees.
I also want to
I
give
also want to give
special thanks to Spain for its
special
significant
thanks to
efforts
Spain for its
as the
significant
inaugural
efforts
chair
as the
of the
inaugural chair
Comprehensive Regional Protection
as the
and
Comprehensive
Solutions
Regional
Framework
Protection and
Support
Solutions
Platform.
Framework Support Platform.
The past year has been anything but normal, but
The
Spain's
past year has
leadership
been anything
has
but
made
normal,
a
but
major
Spain's
difference
leadership
in
has made a
advancing our
major
joint
difference
efforts,
in
including by
advancing
bringing
our
the
joint efforts,
Inter-American
including by
Development
bringing the
Bank into
Inter-American
the MERPS
Development Bank
platform.
into the MERPS platform.
As the next chair
As
of
the
the
next
MERPS
chair
support
of the
platform,
MERPS support
which we will
platform,
assume in
which
July,
we will assume
Canada
in
will take
July,
the torch from
Canada will
Spain
take
and we will hold it
the
high.
torch from Spain and we will
Une
hold it
torche
high.
qui a été allumée lors de toute
Speaking in
première
another
Forum
language at
mondial
this
des
time.
réfugiés à Geneviève par le haut-commissaire
Speaking
Felipe
in another
Grande.
language at this time.
I still recall that historic
I
event
still
with
recall
great
that historic
fondness,
event
where we had
with great
robust
fun,
exchanges,
where we had robust
shared bold
exchanges,
visions, and where
shared
Canada
bold
welcomed
visions,
Mustafa
and where
Ayalo,
Canada
a Syrian
welcomed Mustafa
refugee, as an
Ayalo,
official member of our
a Syrian
delegation.
refugee, as a member of our
Because we know
delegation.
that for refugees
Because
to
we know
succeed,
that for refugees to
they
succeed,
deserve,
they
they need a
they
seat
need
at the table.
a seat at the table.
It was inspirational
It was
and
inspirational
galvanizing.
and
We left the
galvanizing.
forum
We
feeling
left the
invigorated.
forum feeling
Yet at the
invigorated.
time, the world did not see the
And
storm
at that
clouds
time, the world
gathering
did
on the
not see
horizon.
the storm
That
that was
storm
gathering on the
took the
horizon.
form
That
of a
storm took
once-in-a-century
the form of a
pandemic,
once-in-a-century
giving rise to the
pandemic,
waves,
giving
the
rise
likes
to
of
the
which have never
waves,
been seen
the
in our
likes of which have
lifetime,
never been seen in our
and which have
lifetime,
since
and
crashed
which
on
have
all of our
since
shores.
crashed on all of our shores.
Travel, migration, and the
Travel,
movement of people
migration,
across
and the movement of
international
people
borders
across
was
international
completely
borders
upended by
was completely
COVID-19.
abandoned by COVID-19.
L'impact de la pandémie sur
The
la crise migratoire
Speaking in
mondiale a
another
été
language at this
particulièrement
time,
grave, perturbant considérablement le travail de réinstallation de réfugiés et des demandeurs d'asile et d'aide aux personnes déplacées à l'intérieur du pays. Canada has a proud history
Canada
of
has a
providing
proud
a safe
history of
harbor to the
providing a
world's most
safe harbor
vulnerable,
to the world's
be
most
it through the
vulnerable,
welcoming of
be it
refugees,
through the
or
welcoming
supporting
of
our friends and
refugees,
allies as we
supporting our
share
friends and
the
allies as we
responsibility of
share the
managing the global
responsibilities of
migration
managing the
crisis.
global migration
Canada
crisis.
will be there to
Canada
do our part.
will be there to do our part.
This is why we are honored to
This
assume
is
the
why
role
we are
as
honored
chair of
to
MERPS.
assume the role
With an
chair of
unprecedented
MERPS.
number of
With an
displaced
unprecedented
people across
number of
Central
displaced
America,
people across
we look
Central
forward to
America,
providing
we look
policy,
forward to
political, and
providing
financial
policy,
support to the
political, and
MERPS
financial
nations.
support to the MERPS
This
nations.
begins by
This
addressing
begins by
why
addressing
people are
why
displaced in
people
the
are
first place,
displaced in the first
the
place,
root causes
the
of
root
migration, as
causes
we
of
just heard from the
migration,
United
as we
States.
just heard from the United States.
We're working with Central
We're
American
working with
nations to
Central
fight
American
poverty and
nations
violence,
to fight
and
poverty
to
and
address other
violence,
pressing
and
issues
to
like
address
climate
other
change,
pressing issues like
gender-based
climate
violence,
change,
and the
gender-based
impact
violence,
of the
and the
pandemic.
impact of the pandemic.
En collaboration avec les Nations Unies,
Speaking in another
nous allons
language,
proposer des formations et un soutien opérationnel et politique dans la région. As a tangible
as a
example,
tangible
we will
example,
strengthen Central
we will
American asylum system
strengthen Central
capacity
American asylum
through the
system
Regional
capacity
Asylum
through the
Capacity
Regional
Building
Asylum
Initiative.
Capacity Building Initiative.
We will also also look to export our domestic success at community sponsorship, a Canadian-born and driven approach that helps churches, schools, and ordinary citizens to sponsor refugees. Finally, we will continue to play a leading role by setting ambitious goals when it comes to refugee resettlement and by innovating new legal pathways for refugees to arrive, such as through economic, labor, and academic immigration. Not only do these programs allow us to welcome more refugees, they help us to reframe how society sees them. Too often, we talk about refugees as looking to be a burden or to get something, when in so many ways they are giving back to our communities. While we look forward to making progress in these important areas, Canada has much to glean from the diverse experiences of the many nations that are represented here today. As the next chair, Canada will champion the participation, leadership, and protection of displaced women and girls. And this is in line with our government's feminist foreign policy and the values that we hold dear as Canadians. It will complement our ongoing work to support local and regional women's rights organizations, especially those representing marginalized communities as in rural, Indigenous, and African descendant women. Avant de conclure, je tiens à souligner l'engagement du Canada envers les nations MERPS. I conclude, and I wish to emphasize Canada's commitment to the MERPS nations. We have a shared hemispheric responsibility to tackle these issues together, and we will. It is an honor for us to be part of the MERPS support platform and to share the space with all of you who are here today. Canada looks forward to working with all of you in the months and in the period ahead in solidarity. Thank you. Merci. Gracias.
Gracias. Quiero pasarle la palabra ahora a Henrietta.
Thank you. I would like to pass the floor to Henrietta Flor, Executive Director of UNICEF. Henrietta, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Minister Arantxa González Laya. It is a great pleasure to see you today. And thank you to the governments of Costa Rica, Guatemala, and Spain, as well as I see my friend Filippo Grandi of UNHCR and the Organization of American States for organizing this event. And thank you to all of our partners who are joining. UNICEF welcomes the opportunity to shine a spotlight on an issue that affects hundreds of thousands of children and their families on the move across Central America and Mexico. They are fleeing violence in their communities. They are fleeing the impact of natural disasters like last November's back-to-back hurricanes. And they are fleeing the economic devastation of COVID-19, which has left families homeless and destitute. Most of all, families are fleeing because they are seeking what any parent would want for their children: safety, opportunity, and a better future. The simple blessings of a normal, peaceful, and stable childhood. While the region is making some impressive strides in addressing the root causes of migration, we still need to reckon with the difficult fact that there are not enough opportunities for children and families, and there are too many threats to their safety and their well-being. We have seen an alarming surge of migrant children in Mexico this year, and the Mexican children themselves are also on the move. These children are making perilous journeys, exhausted and afraid. Each step puts them at risk of violence and exploitation and recruitment to gangs. Girls are especially at risk of sexual violence. Sex trafficking has seen a threefold increase in the region over the past 15 years. These young lives need our support, whether in their country of origin, as they transit, or when they arrive at their destination, or if they return. UNICEF believes that we have a unique moment to coordinate our efforts and to boost investments in schools, training, safety nets, and local social workers. These are all proven game changers that can reduce violence and deliver skills, opportunity, and hope that young people need to build better futures for themselves and for their communities and for their countries. Thanks to our partners and governments across the region, many represented here today, we are already making a difference. No matter where they are in their journeys, UNICEF and our partners are increasing children's access to education, healthcare, income transfers, and community-based services to protect them from violence and the physical and psychological scars that can last a lifetime. And we're conducting family family tracing and reunification programming for unaccompanied child migrants to quickly reunite them with their families. But as we address these immediate issues, we also have the opportunity to do more to address the root causes of migration and make life better for children and families across the region. This includes investing in education and vocational skills training, including online and remote solutions to reverse the staggering dropout rate. This includes investing in evidence-based programs to reduce community violence. It includes financial aid, including cash transfers and other social protection measures to support children and their families in the communities of origin. It also includes investments in stronger health and nutrition systems so that children are supported from birth to adulthood. This must be inclusive and have access to COVID-19 vaccines. UNICEF will continue to work closely with governments in the region and on economic and social reform packages that will strengthen national and local economies. So in conclusion, we believe in a stronger, safer, more peaceful and prosperous region, and that this is possible. So as we support children and their families on the move, we should also seize this moment to make life better for everyone in the region. Thank you very much.
Gracias, Henrietta. Quisiera invitar
Thank you, Henrietta. I would like to invite the presidents to proceed to the SICA forum that is going to start up and to proceed in the room next to us in order to and we will be proceeding with the Ms. Alicia Barcena, Executive Secretary, Economic Commission for Latin America and the Caribbean. Thank you very much. I would just like to highlight that in these minutes is that this is a very opportune event in terms of the complexity of the migration of the region. I am very happy that Mr. Felipe Grandi is in this event participating. The ECLAC has been contributing above all in all of the movements, human movements in Central America and Mexico, and we have approached all of the structural causes of migration, above all addressing the problems of unemployment, violence, and the adversities that have confronted the people and entities and societies in all of this migration cycle that originates the transit and the destiny. This is not a technical conversation. This is an evidently political conversation because it has in the center men and women, children that are added to the reality of the pandemic. And the governments of El Salvador, Guatemala, Honduras, Mexico, ECLAC has coordinated with the 19 agencies of United Nations agencies for the countries of Central America and Mexico. And that is why this proposal is very innovative because it addresses the structural causes of migration with a focus on development. We have identified around 114 projects for the upcoming 5 years that are properly shared, and we have this replaces the norms of national security militarized for the entire migration cycle. This is we are giving in the economic aids and in the drives of migrants, above all in the countries of Central America and the 9 states of southern Mexico. So we also have the economic, social, and environmental issue. And MIRPS is a very important platform which is centered, with which we have created a synergy with an integral development plan of Central America and Mexico. The 4 governments are main participants, and we're talking about Salvador, Guatemala, Honduras, and Mexico, and they are getting 3 or 4 actions are identified in order to implement immediately in these 4 countries. The recent visit of the Vice President Kamala Harris to Guatemala has clearly address the causes of migration and not just the process. And they have not, we will not be able to solve it if we do not solve it adequately. So, dear Minister, I want to say is that the MERPS program has components that are very important that drive decent work, certification of abilities in the countries of transit and destinations, the protection of boys and girls, refugee boys and girls. And I also think that with the support of UNHCR, we are working with the federal authorities and state authorities in more than 770 private companies. So we see a great synergy in three aspects. From one end is the United States, which I feel is doing a great effort, and Canada, which is very important to support this hemisphere in order to outreach and address these fundamental cases of migration and created based on employment, economic opportunities, and also in social inclusion and education inclusion, as Ms. Henrietta has mentioned. So we would like to invite everybody to MERPS in order to, and the IDP, in order to access these goals by the society and with the companies, because we have identified which companies and what actions can create a synergy within companies and government and societies in general. So, dear Minister, I would just like to mention that United Nations is very much committed to act along with the governments of all four governments of North and Central America and Mexico, and of course the entire Central America. Costa Rica, the president is the president of our commission, but also the cooperating community with you, with Spain, which is so important, with Europe, United States, and Canada, in order to address these four pillars in the comprehensive development plan. And we hopefully have the opportunity to present this in detail, and we can do it before the end of the year throughout the United Nations. Thank you very much for your assistance, and thank you for a great convocation that you have done in this meeting. Thank you so much. Thank you, Alicia Bárcenas. I would like to remind the participants a time of 3 minutes. We have a lot of participants that would like to take the floor. We would like to invite Dante Mossi, President of MCA, Mr. Mossi, who will be sending us a message. Thank you very much. First and foremost, thank you very much. With all of the protocols observed, it is an honor for the Central American Bank for Economic Integration being part of this summit that is related to a topic that is so relevant to Central America. It is an area where we are incorporating public policies to member states to take correct decisions in terms of people who are abandoning their homes, the migrants. The BESIET is an institution along with the United States. We made an analysis of a lot of data of migrants that are returnees, and we found that there are 3 groups of causes that are very important that are affecting this problem. Number 1, the uncertainty generated by COVID-19. SCA has facilitated almost $800 million in blank credits from Asian markets presented by the Republic of China and Taiwan at 20 years of interest just to find a true reality that there are no vaccines. The developed countries have taken upon the vaccines, and this has left Central America unprotected. This crisis is not going to end until our citizens, Central American citizens, are not vaccinated. We also found a very important group, which is access to basic services. We found that the lack of secure connection, healthcare, impacts to health, lack of quality access, lack of a pathway throughout the time are causes of expulsions from communities. Last year, after multiple crises, the BCR managed approvals of 3.8 million dollars of Central American dollars. It is not lack of commitment of investing and mitigating those problems, but as President Yamate mentioned, this gets aggravated when we do not take aback the infrastructure that has been taken due to climatic changes. The third group of actions, which is very important, is the support to small and medium enterprises. This starts with those who are negotiating and providing better guarantee. We have dedicated in $150 million in support to Spain, Germany, Korea, Republic of Taiwan, which has been an opportune and flexible policy to support Central America and supporting Central Americans in innovate their businesses and save their jobs. The countries have as priority to improve the quality of citizens, and we join together in this movement in solidarity, and we maintain pending on all of the applications that the countries can do to support these funds. Thank you so much and have a good day. Thank you, President Mosi. Now I would like to pass the floor to Mauricio. We would like to pass the floor to the President, Mr. Claver Caroni, President of Inter-American Development Bank. Thank you very much, Guatemala and Costa Rica, for this invitation, and I would like to extend my greetings to all of those who extend to this invitation, and High Commissioner of Refugees. This cannot be more opportune. We reaffirm this commitment with those that are displaced and with the support platform of MIRPS. Our conviction is that the solution to migration problems are going to be assisted by structural causes. When people find opportunities of work in their own countries, they are protected by mitigation and the adaptation of the climate changes invariably. The strategy of reinvesting in the 2025 is a plan to address many of those factors and for the countries to surge from the highest pandemics. This is an opportune event. The audio is, at this time, there is no audio to be heard. The interpreter is not able to hear the information. Good morning. It is an honor for the IDB to participate in this event to create sustainable improvement in the lives of people. We are working from the IDB in 3 axes. First, empowering of the vulnerable groups with emphasizing in women who compose the majority of the migration flows in the MIRPS countries. Second, increase resilience in confronting natural disasters and climatic changes, which are factors that affect migrating flows. Third, greater inclusion of migrants and families in the countries of destination. In relation with work to women in those countries, only half of the women participate in the formal labor market, and 1 out of 3 young women do not work or study. This is very important in terms of equality, but also in terms of growth. If the MIRP countries manage to close the gender gap in labor participation, its GDP can expand up to 20%. Just to put it under perspective, this is equivalent to 13 times the economy of Honduras. So that is why the feminine empowerment is institutional and primary to IBD. Now, this is primary to the initiatives in Honduras and in Salvador, the initiatives of small and medium enterprises in Panama, and the labor conditions that have improved the health conditions of 1.8 million women and children in the region. In terms of natural disaster and climatic change, Central America is the second region of the world with greatest vulnerability confronting climate risks. Hurricanes, droughts, and floods increase the levels of poverty and food insecurities, two factors that aid to migration. The bank is forced to strengthen the responses to climatic changes in terms of programs for reduction for floodings and the imbalance and programs of sustainability of forests and natural capital of in El Salvador, Guatemala, Honduras, and Panama. We are also supporting in Costa Rica, promoting a territorial sustainable development in Mexico, contributing to improve livelihood conditions to those populations that are susceptible to migration. And lastly, their migrants and their families in their destination countries. Recently, we have approved in Belize, where close to 10% of the student population is a migrant, to strengthen the coverage and qualities of services and education. And we are working to improve the access to migrants to public services in Panama and Costa Rica. In spite of the efforts, we are conscious that there is a long pathway to cover. That is why this conference is very important, and the space that it offers in order to reaffirm our commitment, in order to aid and look for solutions to the new challenges that this migration dynamic is showing. Please have IDB as your ally. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I would like to pass the floor to David Malpass, President of the World Bank.
Rica and Guatemala for hosting me virtually. Forced displacement is a severe humanitarian concern and also a major development group is focusing on addressing longer-term social and economic challenges that will help both the displaced and their hosts. In Central America, forced displacement has been taking place for several decades. It is the result of multiple factors, including a lack of economic opportunities and high rates of crime and violence. Today, however, the problems loom larger. The COVID-19 pandemic and hurricanes Eta and Iota have created additional hardships and further disrupted livelihoods. Economic and social development is critical to reduce vulnerability and create opportunities for the people of Central America. We are reminded just how vulnerable the region is. In the past year, all the economies of Central America contracted between 1.8% in Guatemala to an alarming 18% in Panama. This contraction pushed thousands into poverty, with poverty rates rising from 3 to 23% across the region. The people of Central America continue to suffer from the impacts of natural disasters and climate change, as well as from the burden of poor governance, corruption, and insecurity. Our programs aim to reduce and mitigate these risks. We remain focused on helping our client countries to provide their citizens with the quality services which they need to be healthy and productive. The international community can bring global knowledge, experience, and resources to advance good development outcomes in the region. At the World Bank Group, we applaud the initiative presented today to focus our collective efforts on vulnerable populations. Our goals of eradicating extreme poverty and promoting shared prosperity are completely aligned with this initiative. In response to the economic hardship caused by the pandemic and hurricanes Eta and Iota, the World Bank Group substantially increased its commitments in the region. In Central America alone, new World Bank commitments reached almost $2 billion in the past 12 months and focused on saving lives, protecting livelihoods, and Building Back Better. We are continuing our support to countries in their rollout of COVID-19 vaccination campaigns through financing and technical assistance. The IFC, with other development partners, also moved quickly with close to $1.2 billion to support the financial system, critical infrastructure needs, and supporting the competitive and job-intensive agribusiness and manufacturing sectors. In Mexico, the World Bank is supporting the government's efforts to unify the fragmented system of personal identification in order to enhance access to social assistance programs and economic opportunities for the population, including migrants and refugees. The World Bank Group has been engaged in activities to foster development in the shared regional space of southern Mexico and Central America, including by helping small entrepreneurs and farmers gain access to finance so that they can raise their productivity and income and improve their livelihoods. Given the combination of a severe health crisis, a deep global recession, and unprecedented societal impacts, we intend to continue providing strong support to the region. We welcome the opportunity to strengthen ongoing collaborations with development partners, and we look forward to new ones to address the structural issues that leave populations vulnerable. We are happy to join the comprehensive regional protection and solutions framework in this effort. Thank you.
Muchas gracias. Quiero dar la palabra ahora a su santidad el Papa Francisco, un mensaje que nos dirige a través del arzobispo Bruno Musaró, nuncio apostólico en Costa Rica.
Como nuncio apostólico en Costa Rica, tengo el honor de dar lectura al mensaje que el Papa Francisco les dirige en esta importante circunstancia. Excelencias, señoras y señores, saludo cordialmente a los participantes en el evento de solidaridad promovido con ocasión del 30 aniversario del Sistema de la Integración Centroamericana, en el que la Santa Sede participa como observador extrarregional desde el año 2012. Esta iniciativa pretende movilizar apoyos para mejorar la situación de los desplazados forzados y las comunidades que los acogen en la región de Centroamérica y México. La palabra solidaridad, que está en el centro de este evento, adquiere un significado aún mayor en esta época de crisis pandémica, una crisis que ha puesto a prueba al mundo entero, tanto a los países pobres como a los ricos. La crisis sanitaria, económica y social provocada por el COVID-19 ha recordado a todos que los seres humanos son como el polvo, pero polvo valioso a los ojos de Dios, que nos constituyó como única familia humana. Y así como la familia natural educa a la fidelidad, a la sinceridad, a la cooperación y el respeto, promoviendo la planificación de un mundo habitable y a creer en las relaciones de confianza, incluso en condiciones difíciles, también la familia de las naciones está llamada
along with the families that are giving a call to action with everyone, especially the vulnerable population, without giving way to particular interests. In the last few months of the pandemic, the Central American region has seen a deterioration of social conditions and complex conditions caused by an economic and unjust system. This system wears out the family, and thus people without a home, without family, without community, without having a pertinence are completely orphaned and are susceptible to domestic violence, homicide, criminals, drug trafficking, sexual exploitation of minors, and those who are not so minors. These factors, mixed with the pandemic and a climatic crisis characterized by hurricanes that are more frequent and droughts that are more intense, the connotation of a forced massive phenomena in a way that acquires a regional exploits. In this context, the Holy See has managed to administer their own borders, hoping for a regional commitment which is strong and destined to situate the person and the weakness in the center of all political exercises. It is necessary to adopt international specific mechanisms that give rise to a concrete and recognize the internally displaced people going on to a second plane in political national agendas. We need to take similar measurements due to our numerous brothers and sisters that are obliged to listen due to the appearance of the strong climatic crisis. Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, confronting the challenges, we also apply to this region a sincere calling to construct a human and fraternal society able to worry about in a stable manner that all should be accompanied in the pathway of their lives. The multilateral cooperation is a valuable tool to promote common well-being, especially paying attention to profound and new causes of forced displacement in such a way that the borders should not be zones of tension, rather open arms of reconciliation. Now, today, we confront between one of the two possible pathways. One conducts the strengthening of multilateralism. The other one gives preference to attitudes of self-sufficient nationalism, protectionism, individualism, and isolation, leaving aside those who are most poor, the most vulnerable, the inhabitants of the essential peripherals. The Church walks along with the Central American people who have known to confront the crisis with bravery and become community and invites them to continue with self-confidence and hope. I thank you from the bottom of my heart, and I invoke upon all of you and the nations that represent the blessings of the Lord. Vatican, 5th of July, 2021, Pope Francis. Thank you very much. Thank you. And we would like to thank His Sanctity Oh, Francis. And now I would like to give word to Mr. Adriano Bucci, who is the Minister of Foreign Affairs of Brazil. You have the word. The interpreter is not able to hear at this time. There is no audio available at this time. Thank you very much, Your Excellency, and greetings to all. And as a member of the support platform to MIRPS, Brazil continues to support this initiative as a key contribution to be able to address the realities of forced displacement in Central America and the northern side. MIRPS has provided support to countries of origin, transit, and returnees to serve as a platform to create consciousness on the needs of in order to confront the underlying causes of displacement. In a spirit of shared responsibility and regional solidarity, Brazil has put forth in 2019 a program financed by public that has benefited more than 20 peoples north of Central America. In alliance with the civil society and the technical support of UNHCR, Brazil has provided a support program for these families in resettlement, support, psychosocial support, and a monthly grant and assistance for the labor insertion and other activities. And in spite of the challenges that are confronted by any program, by any resettlement program, the majority of the families until now have been able to establish themselves in the new host communities. We are trying to look for, as we try to look for new ways in supporting in terms of MIRPS, in terms of durable solutions, mainly with the participation of the civil society and private sector. We also confront the challenges that are established by other crises of displacement in the region. One of them, unprecedentedly, is the flow of refugees and migrants of Venezuela. Brazil continues to participate and support MIRPS throughout 2021. We need to put to your disposal all of the countries that are participating, our learned lessons and best practices in the context of the operation of the welcome operation, the response to of the Brazilian state to the flow of refugees and Venezuelan migrants. There is a lot to learn in the scope of MIRPS, and we are ready to provide technical support in areas such as governance, measures of protection, documentation, determination of the condition of the refugees, asylums and associated services, humanitarian aid, psychological support, the development of capabilities, local integration, amongst others. In concrete terms, from May, by the invitation of the Spanish platform to the support, there are different ways of transmitting these applications of refugees in which I have shared my experience with the Venezuelan flow in terms of the demand of the countries that form part of MIRPS. We are interested in offering this mode of support according to our experts and topics that can be object to exchanges of information. And we have also pointed out to other opportunities. It would be the opportunity of exploring new pathways and opportunities within MIRPS and the processes of this team that joins up the efforts for the migrants and Venezuelan migrants and refugees in common spaces. Brazil will be assuming the pro-tempore presidency of the Quito process, and we are at your disposal to examine the propositions of this follow-up. Thank you so much. Thank you, Brazil. Now I would like to pass the floor to the Ambassador Manuel Wessler, Director of the Cooperation of Development. Thank you very much. Greetings from Switzerland.
First of all, that Switzerland is invited to this important conference. Switzerland wants to congratulate the Central American countries on the 30th birthday of SICA, and we like to emphasize the importance of regional cooperation addressing regional challenges. Climate change, the most recent pandemic, migration cannot be addressed by one nation state alone. The role of a strong and determined SICA is key in finding a durable solution for the people in Central America. Migration flows worldwide are demonstrating the importance of regional cooperation and coordination. With the comprehensive regional protection and solution framework in Central America, the MERPS, we have an example how to bring the global compacts of refugee and the global compacts of migration to life. The MERPS has reached an agreement well ahead of other regions, and the obtained results so far are very relevant, first of all, for the people concerned, but actually for the region as a whole. Please, in this regard, accept our appreciation, our sincere appreciation, and particularly also, of course, for the huge efforts to host and support the many thousands of refugees and migrants in the different countries of the region. Of course, more needs to be done. The humanitarian situation in Central America, and we heard it in previous statements, is of great concern, and the needs are substantial. Therefore, the response to these challenges forms an integral part of Swiss cooperation, of the Swiss cooperation program in Central America. In 2021, Switzerland allocated contributions of over $2.1 million for this particular work, which will remain in the range for the years to come. Switzerland will remain engaged in the region and reiterates its full support to the MERPS. We, as well as to the commitment to the MERPS support platform, a great platform that brings these countries, brings like-minded donors together. Besides financial support, we continue to consider, of course, also requests for technical support to partners through our humanitarian unit. Finally, we would like to thank Costa Rica, first of all, for hosting this important meeting, Guatemala for presiding the MERPS country this year, Spain as the current presidency pro tempore of the MERPS support platform, and Canada for taking over this important role. You can count on Switzerland. We continue to be on your side and will do our best to support these initiatives. Thank you very much.
Quisiera ahora darle la palabra a John.
I would like to pass the floor to John Hako, General Secretary of Rotary International. John, you have the floor.
Excelencias, Rotarios y distinguidos invitados.
Excellencies and distinguished guests, I am sorry that I am not able to come in person to the invitation of the OAS and UNHCR. I would like to extend my greetings and I would like to extend my gratitude to all of those who are in this comprehensive regional protection and solutions framework for Americas, and we would like to provide orientation and support necessary of those who are displaced and people who are at risk. Thank you as well to everyone. This event provides an extraordinary opportunity to create America that is more prosperous and Pacific. Now, Rotary is a leading organization in the private sector and the civil society. Rotary assumes the commitment of providing a solution to their problems, and our global network of 1,200,000 friends and representatives in 36,000 clubs around the world are working to address humanitarian issues to provide long-term real solutions to one of the greatest challenges in the world. In the last 116 years, we have worked to create a better world with in areas of water, healthcare, peace, health, education, and to where it can be possible, to the extent possible. We were not done, for example, we were not done with the problem of polio until this was disappeared from the face of the earth. The forced displacement is a global problem, and Rotary is looking with other organizations some grants where it be necessary. Our collaboration is wherever our collaboration is necessary. Being Rotary and originating with roots in the United States, we are in synchronization with the challenges of migration and individual displacements coming from Central America and our borders. Because of this, it is a privilege for me to share with you one of the most recent grants of our organization destined to improve the education of refugees, those asylum seekers, and the young people who are in the borders of United States from Guatemala. Those country who has the lowest level of access to higher education in the country. Now, in collaboration with MIRPS, we are bringing secondary education approved by the Ministry of Education, along with abilities, with the possibility of labor possibilities and continuous training in abilities. The objective is to get a high school diploma along with soft skills and training in order to obtain work and their insertion to the labor market in Guatemala. I would like to see that this project can be replicated and in other places in Central America. In addition to this, Rotary is addressing this problem with the creation of strategic relations. Rotary has a long pathway in the facilitation of strategic alliances within public and private organizations and civil society for the development and innovative initiatives. So I invite everybody in this conference today to get in touch with one of our more than 100,000 clubs in order to talk about a variety of topics, be it peace, local economy, supporting education. The areas of focus in Rotary work to construct a positive peace, and we are also always looking for new ways to collaborate with committed organizations with sustainable results. It is the wish of Rotary to work with you to address problems from their roots that are making millions of people pass through the difficult and dangerous citizen looking for refugee or asylum or being displaced in other countries of Central America. Thank you very much. Thank you. I would like to pass the floor to Vinicius Carvalho Pineiro, Regional Director for the Americas and the Caribbean for the International Labor Organization. Thank you very much, Madam Minister. For the ILO, it is a great honor to participate in this event of solidarity marking the 30th anniversary of SICA. And I would like to greet the government of Guatemala, España, Costa Rica for their leadership. MIRPS is more relevant than ever at this time. The work that they have done with the youth in accordance to social violence and other phenomena, and COVID-19 pandemic has become even more difficult. The situation of the migrants that are displaced and those asylum seekers. In this context, I have included vulnerable groups, but the studies of ILO or many in terms of the refugee seekers, they are at the combat line of the pandemic in areas of health, and we need to create the value for their lives to contribute them into businesses and vulnerable they have been. In this context, the commitment of MIX to propose a joint solution is very much pertinent, and they need to have in their center opportunities of employment and formation and certification for basic elements in economic integration. Many healthcare professionals were not able to work in healthcare centers because the certifications needed to be validated in the host countries, uh, which generated lack of talent in these moments of in these difficult moments. In order to we need to alienate common efforts in a cooperational framework, which is more than ever necessary. We greet Spain, Canada, United States, European Union, and collaborate with Central American countries and Mexico, the administration of migration, in efforts to look for long-term and short-term solutions in order to follow up with the goals and provide a comprehensive protection for those displaced people. The ILO is committed to their tripartite structure in order to get socioeconomic integration in for those displaced people in countries of MERC, including technical cooperation, and surely we will be mobilizing more resources that have an interagency characteristic focused on vulnerable groups such as women, young people, and indigenous populations, including the economic integration of another project that we have with UNESCO in Honduras for youth who are displaced due to violence, and the proposals on projects that we are working on the integral framework as well, to elaborate and include displaced people in Costa Rica, Guatemala, and Mexico, focusing on the youth. And we also are committed to more programs and support to regional programs in order to mobilize resources that allow us to close gaps, structural gaps, to create decent jobs in vulnerable communities. In this context, we create a calling, an international call out to support these efforts. Thank you so much. Now I would like to pass the word to President of Argentina, Alberto Fernandez. Mr. President of the Republic of Costa Rica, my dear friend Carlos Alvarado, Mr. President of the Republic of Guatemala, Alejandro Guimate, Mr. President of the Government of Spain, Pedro Sanchez, ladies and gentlemen, brothers and sisters of Latin America, I would like to thank you for this opportunity of adding up to this proposal of improving the forced displacements of the population. We confront two dramas simultaneously. Those who are obliged to abandon their homes and those communities that are receiving thousands of people who are displaced against their will. So these are two sides, and neither one or the other is prepared to confront the situation. Two dramatic situations that constitute a great tragedy to which we cannot just look away. On the other hand, as you have proposed in this event, we need to see it up front and aid to their causes and immediately work in the consequences. And that is why I congratulate all of the organizations that are involved in this event, because we need to make visible the joint situations, dramatic situations that are being faced, and in order to support the solutions. Belize, Costa Rica, Guatemala, Honduras, Mexico, Panama, and to which El Salvador has joined. They have formalized their will of working together in the implementation of a comprehensive regional framework in the comprehensive regional protection and solutions framework, which is a very important step. And from this moment on, they started with the commitments and the possibilities of exploring new initiatives in regional and national characteristics. In December 2009, a platform support platform to MERPS was created, to which the Republic of Argentina is part of. We would like to add up to this space. We believe in the cooperative work between countries, and we advocate honestly with a greater involvement on behalf of all of the sectors, civil society, public and private sectors alike. We all know very well the main causes that take thousands of families to adopt enormous risks that imply the decision of abandoning their homes in order to develop their lives and mobilize to other spaces that are filled with uncertainties. Unfortunately, we all know that they're deciding on the lower risk. They prefer to leave and go through a pathway of hundreds of kilometers, not knowing where they're going, exposing the children and older people because of the simple situation that they are not able to continue living where they're at. Their conditions of life have become intolerant, and that is why they decide to displace themselves, be it because of extreme poverty, insecurity, product of organized crimes, or the possibility in order to exercise their professions. The worst thing is that they are obliged to leave their home country without knowing how are they going to carry on with their lives in other places. Others have had to leave their countries, entering a judicial condition that worsens their situation. And on the other hand, there are host communities that take in these people, that want to be that want to get in with solidarity, but they also confront many issues. What can these communities do? They understand the problems of those who are being displaced. The members of recepting communities are sharing this issue, but they're not able to do much. They're able to do very little or nothing for them. So adding resources and limited resources, and then you have the other part of it, where the resolution cannot stay exclusively in hands of those communities. This double tragedy reveals the weakness of the states. In all of our countries, the overall panorama is very similar. And the circuits of production and generation of work is to be increasing, and this invariably is translated into increased poverty and general insecurity. This reality has been aggravated even more with the pandemic of 2019 that we are facing right now. This healthcare emergency that has enormous repercussions has put into emergency the enormous inequalities that are affecting millions of humans. Now that many people are looking for the prior conditions, we cannot ignore that the economic conditions are the causes because of which this is occurring. The inequalities of opportunities to resources, lack of access to healthcare, and as a result, we have greater inequality. Without a doubt, it is necessary for a joint action between all of the countries in order to reduce these inequalities. And Argentina is committed to this strategy and drives the different forums and international mechanisms, the initiatives that are pointing out to the construction of the future. This initiative is inclined to that search towards the initiatives of the Agenda 2030. There is a commitment of not leaving anyone behind. Pope Francis has always reminded us very constantly, nobody should walk alone. With our guides, our challenges to work in conjunction with better efficacy with those who are suffering. I would like to thank again the organizers for extending me this invitation, and my respectful greetings to all of those who are participating today. Thank you very much. We thank the message of the President of Argentina, and we pass the word to the President of Colombia, Iván Duque. I would like to extend greetings to Carlos Alvarado, President of Costa Rica, Pedro Sanchez, President of the Government of Spain, Alejandro Yamatei, President of Guatemala, great friends, and to all of those who are assisting in this crucial event. Today, the humanity is confronting great challenges. The economic crisis that is based on the pandemic, climatic changes, violence, and the criminality that we see in many countries that has caused that millions of people are displacing. Central America has been very much affected by this phenomena, and around 500,000 people in El Salvador has sought refuge in countries such as El Salvador and Mexico. And here, that's where we have the Comprehensive Regional Framework of Solution Frameworks. This is an initiative for Belize, Costa Rica, Guatemala, El Salvador, Belize, and Panama to confront this phenomena as part of the platform of 2019 to complement this framework. Colombia is making a call out to the rest of the world in order to protect those who had to flee away from their homes. Our country is not strange to this phenomena. Close to 5.6 million people. From this, more than 1.7 million people have had a resettlement, and this has created some challenges. Who is victim of hunger and violence. With the protection statute of Venezuelan migrants, I would like to mention that of migration, which is well managed, has benefits to the host communities. We would like to integrate Venezuela to our economy, to our society, to strengthen together in order to receive the migrating population and to facilitate the massive migration in the statute is the response in terms of shared responsibility, which has been given in the World Migration Pact, in the Global Compact on Refugees. So that is why we make a calling to mobilize all of the necessary aid for the states and multilateral organizations, provide the necessary resources to aid those who have been displaced and support the hosting communities. That is the true sense of support. Thank you so much. We have the President from Colombia. Now I would like to pass the word to Colm Gruffy, Minister of Development and Irish Diaspora.
Guatemala and Spain for inviting Ireland to participate today. I also take this opportunity to congratulate Zika on the 30th anniversary, which I know you are marking today. In Ireland, we believe strongly in the importance of regional integration and cooperation and its capacity to play a critical role in effectively addressing complex problems. Perhaps one of the most challenging problems facing us today is the forced displacement of children, women, and men. Having to leave your home, your community, your family is a decision that no one should ever be forced to take. Unfortunately, however, it is one that thousands of people around the world are compelled to take at this very moment. The Global Compact on Refugees was a turning point in the way we engage with communities and countries that have welcomed millions of refugees and displaced persons worldwide. The MERPS framework, this region's contribution to the Global Compact, demonstrates the region's aspirations to work together to prevent forced displacement, to protect all those affected by it, and to find durable solutions. Moreover, MERP's support platform embodies the solidarity of countries around the world to support your efforts. As we have heard today, the situation in this region is stark, with 1 million people displaced within, immediately and outside the region. The factors driving that forced displacement of people in the region are manifold and closely interconnected. They include insecurity, a scarcity of economic opportunity, and the worsening effects of climate change. These drivers of displacement have been intensified and compounded by the COVID-19 pandemic, and this will continue in the years ahead. While I am speaking to you from a small country, I want to state clearly that we stand in solidarity with those 1 million people who are displaced, with the millions of people in communities that are hosting them, and with you, the countries and organizations which are working together to find solutions. While we are a distance away, Ireland has a long-term partnerships with development and humanitarian actors in Central America. In 2021, the Irish government will provide $5 million to our partners there who are delivering programs in areas of livelihood developments, human rights, and supporting civil society, all essential ingredients for addressing forced displacement. We are also strong contributors to the UNHCR and other UN agencies which seek to alleviate the situation in the region. And we are members of the European Union, which provides funding to MERPS in efforts to address the humanitarian consequence of organized violence and displacement, and in support of employment and social protection. As the pandemic has demonstrated to us all, coordination of our efforts is essential, from the local level all the way to the pan-global. Such coordination is at the heart of what MERPS is doing. Ireland recognizes this and encourages all those involved to continue these efforts. Thank you.
Muchísimas gracias. Quiero ahora darle la
Thank you very
palabra.
much. I would like to pass the floor to Uto Takashi, Minister of State of Foreign Relations of Japan. Ladies and gentlemen, I am Ladies and gentlemen, heads of state, I am Uto Takashi, Minister of State for Foreign Affairs. I would like to extend my warmest greetings as a representative of Government of Japan. And first of all, I would like to convey to our deepest respect for the work carried out by the governments of Spain, Costa Rica, and Guatemala. And I would like to convey thanks on the invitation to Japan to attend this event. Japan has been working to solve, for example, last year we destinated around $9 million throughout the Japan has been working hard to solve the problems in areas in poverty, security, and national disasters, amongst others, that constitute the root causes of forced displacement in Central America. For example, last year we allocated around $9 million to Guatemala and El Salvador through IOM to offer vocational trainings to young returnees. Likewise, we all allocated around $4 million to assist Honduras through WFP measures to combat drought to prevent migration. In the present year, we also assisted emergency assistance with an amount of approximately $8.8 million for Guatemala, Honduras, and Nicaragua to attend damage caused by hurricanes. Japan is willing to continue contributing with assistance of quality in order to attend the those who are displaced, cooperating with the countries. And thank you very much. Thank you very much. I would like to pass the Franklin Rister, Ministry of Foreign Affairs of France.
France welcomes the organization by Costa Rica, Guatemala, and Spain of this high-level event aimed at displaying an increasing solidarity for forcibly displaced persons and the communities that host them in Central America and Mexico. This initiative demonstrates the key role played by the MERPS as a comprehensive regional protection and solutions framework, which has become a most valuable tool to tackle an issue that severely affects almost 1 million people throughout Central America. From the outset, France has always been convinced of the value of this framework, decided to join and finance the support platform set up in 2019. Because of the COVID-19 pandemic, the situation of forcibly displaced persons has significantly worsened, and the number of people falling victim to this scourge has dramatically increased. Beyond emergency assistance granted to the countries struck by hurricanes, France has also been implementing long-term reconstruction and development solutions in line with MERP's recommendations through its dedicated agency. France is resolved to further support the MERPs and stands ready to contribute to the efforts aimed at addressing the root causes of forcible displacement. Thank you very much.
Muchísimas gracias. Quiero ahora
Thank you very much. Now I would like to pass the floor to Antonio Vitorino, General Director, International Organization for Migration. Your Excellencies, State of Governments, Your Excellencies, Ministers, the migration and displacement in Central America and Mexico are immersed in a regional context marked by strong historical, political, economic, and family ties, great differences, socioeconomic differences that are internal and intra-regional, political instability, insecurity, violence, along with serious and frequent natural risks given by environmental changes. Central America is one of the regions of the world that has been most affected by disasters related by natural disasters and climatic changes. According to Internal Displacement Monitoring Center, the overwhelming majority of displacement of the SICA countries and Mexico is due to disasters related to natural disasters. Addressing the drivers of migration and displacement is one of the three main issues in the region. This includes to support the countries and migrants and displaced in their communities, strengthening the preparation, confronting disasters, reduce the risk of displacement, and of course, respond to the crisis. Advance in the adaptation, including the sudden disasters and the adverses of climatic changes and degradation of the environment. Increase social cohesion, reduce violence, and create a socio-economic development, including in the communities of origin, of host, and support, including facilitate the sustainable reintegration of those people who are affected by the displacement. The Global Compact on Refugees, with their 23 goals and principles, they offer as a channel to create an inclusive response. I would like to specially recognize the commitment that has been assumed by the member states that have adhered to the initiatives of these countries, in particular El Salvador, Honduras, and Mexico. MERPS is an initiative in the application of the Comprehensive Regional Protection and Solution Framework for the refugees. In terms of I again repeat my conviction in terms of the Global Compact on Refugees, the challenges that they confront in terms of movement and displacement. The IOM, along with UNHCR, has supported the Regional Action Plan of SICA for the integral attention of migration in the region of SICA. We hope that this plan is approved by the end of June. which will allow another instrument, another key instrument in order to address human mobility in a joint and coordinated manner. To conclude, I repeat our commitment that the IOM will continue being a key partner for the migrating and displaced people and their families and communities, along with the countries of origin, transit, and destination. Thank you so much. Thank you very much. Now I would like to pass the floor to Niels Annen, Minister of State at the Federal Foreign Office, Germany. Distinguished Mr. President Alvarado, distinguished Mr. President Gutierrez Sanchez, distinguished President Jamel, distinguished Presidents of Latin America, Your Excellencies, guests, I thank you very much for this invitation and the opportunity to share some words in this important event to support the refugees. 2 years ago, Germany organized, along with Costa Rica, the first worldwide forum on refugees in Geneva, dedicated to provide aid to the people, to refugees around the world. It is coherent that Costa Rica, along with the active support of Spain and Guatemala, support the 30th anniversary of the integration of the Central American integration, to point out the difficult situation by which all of these people who are obliged to abandon their homes pass by. The crisis throughout a long time was one of the crises that had been forgotten in this world. So therefore, we thank the initiative of Spain, Guatemala, and Costa Rica, and other Central American spaces, and Mexico, to direct their assistance or their attention to this issue. The causes of migration and displacement in Central America are diverse, such as poverty, hunger, consequences of climatic change, lack of economic perspectives, fear in front of violence and organized crime, fear to corruption and impunity, where many people in Latin America have lost the confidence or the trust to have a good future in their countries. Many of them reaching foreign countries, particularly the United States. Very often, family members or friends are already waiting for them. A very important step is the struggle against the causes of exodus and migration. From our end, we provide humanitarian aid and support in the adaptation of climate change. We invest in education and strengthening the human rights and state rights. Germany will be contributing all of these scopes in 2019 to and this has intensified their commitment in the framework of the Initiative for Latin America and the Caribbean from Minister Haikumat. However, the struggle against the causes of migration is just one of the pillars in overcoming the crisis that we see. Also, people that are fleeing from their homes require our attention. In this context, it is not exclusively talking about providing an aid to those who are refugees, but also to recognize and back up those who aid them or those who assist them, meaning the local communities that provide shelter to the refugees, that provide them with food, clothing, and medical assistance. And in cases of longer stays, it is possible that girls and boys can go to school, making it possible that girls and boys can go to school. All the religious places and parishes that make this possible, the companies that provide them unemployment with fair positions, the families that support the refugees in order to pass pass for immigration. All of these people are many times are not noticed, are passed by unnoticed, and defend civic and human rights of the immigrant refugees. Therefore, I would like to provide recognition and backup to this. Also, I would like to congratulate the work of international organizations such as UNHCR, IOM, and the OAS. These organizations take charge of those people who leave their homes and help them as refugees. And this way they have managed the migratory crisis in Central America has stopped being a crisis has stopped being a forgotten crisis. In spite of the fact that international organizations do not stop recognizing this, it depends a lot on our commitments. All of those that are member states of the United Nations or the OAS is that the international organizations require a strong political mandate and stable contributions in order to continue complying with important tasks. With the celebration of the 30th anniversary of SICA, Costa Rica concludes a successful presidency pro tempore, which has concentrated in key elements such as the advancement of women education and science, along with policies in Central America. We thank the government of President Alvarado and their commitment, and we wish them a lot of success. And Guatemala, under the government of the President Giammattei, that will assume the presidency in the next trimester. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I would like to pass the floor to Peter Mauder, President of the International Committee of the Red Cross.
It is a pleasure to address you, and I wish to thank the government of Spain for convening this high-level meeting. The value of today's meeting lies in involving diverse actors, from states with their national action plans to regional organizations, as well as humanitarian and development agencies. The support of UNHCR and the OAS, with which the ICRC has long-standing collaboration, brings an additional strength to the framework. Together with its partners from the International Red Cross and Red Crescent movement, the ICRC works with communities severely affected by the high levels of armed violence, a major driver of forced displacements in the region. This displacement, mostly happening gradually, person by person, family by family, albeit in big numbers, is less visible than in other crises where we see movements of people and which therefore gain less attention. The humanitarian consequences, however, are no less concerning. Together with our partners, the ICRC strives to address people's specific needs and vulnerabilities, as well as working with host communities and those at risk of displacement. We also engage in a dialogue with authorities on key obligations and issues related to the use of force in situations of violence, family contact, missing people, and forensics, just to mention a few. Most men, women, and children displaced by violence remain within their own countries and sometimes experience multiple episodes of displacement. Some end up crossing an international border as they fail to find protection and a durable solution within their own country. Thousands are returned to their countries of origin, and many are unable to go back to their communities due to the serious protection concerns and are therefore forced to relocate internally. It is a vicious cycle of multiple displacement and increasing vulnerabilities. The ICRC welcomes increasing efforts to protect populations affected and address the root causes of forced displacement. We commend the efforts of countries that have adopted the relevant legal frameworks related to internally displaced people and strongly encourage the ratification and thorough implementation of those instruments. It is also key to ensure that measures adopted to regulate migration comply with states' obligations under international law, including the principle of non-refoulement, upholding human dignity, life, and individual security. Avenues for asylum seekers to access international protection should be safeguarded. The ICRC is working both to support people displaced and to assist with development of laws and policies that address internal displacement. I would like to highlight in particular the close collaboration with the governments of El Salvador and Honduras in developing the pathway for support and assistance, or Ruta de Atención, to provide internally displaced people with protection and assistance while improving their resilience. I would also like to highlight the importance of leveraging technology for the protection of displaced populations. Digital storage possibilities, as pilot projected in the ICRC's RedSafe app, are important steps forward in this regard. Economic assistance, psychological support, access to essential services, and restarting income-generating activities are crucial in supporting internally displaced people. An effective response, however, can only rely on complementary and closely coordinated efforts by humanitarian and development institutions in support of the authorities and other local actors. Financial and technological support by development actors and donors are key to build the capacity of the authorities to fulfill their obligations and to operationalize national frameworks to strengthen protection, assistance, and durable solutions for internally displaced people. I thank you.
Agradecemos a Peter Maura su
We
intervención.
thank Peter Maura for his intervention. We would like to pass the floor to Luis Felipe Flor Lopez Calva, United Nations Assistant Secretary General, UNDP, for Latin America and the Caribbean. Thank you very much, Your Excellencies, heads of state, especially España, Costa Rica, Guatemala, my colleagues, directors of agencies of the United Nations, of multilateral organizations. It is a great pleasure to be here in the event of solidarity of those who are displaced, forcefully displaced, and the host communities in Central America and Mexico. So the few years definitely have created enormous challenges for Latin America and the Caribbean countries such as Mexico, and countries in Central America are not an exception. Economic crisis, social inequality, among other structural factors, have been exacerbated by the devastating impact of the pandemic of COVID-19 and the recent natural disasters provoking an economic contraction of almost 8% in the region and an annual reduction of close to 40% in the exportation in exports. This context has created flexibility, resilience, adaptability, and innovation. But at the same time, it has generated important effects in the displacement of people that under such conditions have seen the need to leave their territories of origin, increasing their vulnerabilities. The forced mobility of people in Central America, just to start talking about these migration flows, it represents a very important aspect for all of the actors involved in the management of human mobility in the entire region. We are conscious of this reality. We have worked in an articulated manner with all of the agencies and other international organizations and offices of High Commission of the United Nations, the ILO, and we have reached concrete responses in order to reach a decision within the local authorities of the countries in the comprehensive framework in order to look for new solutions, along with the incorporation of displaced population in the mechanism of the local actions and the implementation of actions that provide actions post-COVID with municipalities with important migration experiences. This is a great opportunity to reestablish, to continue with our commitment of Central America and Mexico, putting at their disposal our leadership in the nexus between humanitarian aid and development, guaranteeing a flow of transition towards a sustainable recovery. We are willing through UNDP to create an involvement of these displaced people, promoting integration at local, national, and regional level for host communities. And we also need to include the equality and capabilities that are independent, along with the recovery of Latin America and the Caribbean. Thank you very much. Thank you. And lastly, for civil society, I would like to pass the floor to Gerardo Talavera, Director of the CASA Program, Refugees of Mexico. Thank you. We would like to thank you for our participation in the civil society of the region and to participate in this important event, especially UNHCR, Spain, and Costa Rica as the host country for this meeting. We celebrate the initiative of solidarity because it contributes with the financing of the joint mechanisms where states agree to respond and guarantee the rights of the migrant population in the region. These actions are very relevant because from the signing of MIRPS from the Declaration of San Pedro Sula in December, in 2019, these are increasing and they are more complex. For example, by the end of 2020, United Nations identified approximately 9.2 million people in need of humanitarian aid in the countries north of Central America. In spite of the restrictions and because of COVID-19 in that year, more than 90,000 people, many of those with evident needs of protection, were deported from the United States to Mexico, Guatemala, Honduras, and El Salvador. And so in Mexico, there were more than 40,000 asylum seekers registered. Panama reported from March 10 numbers never seen before of an increasing number of immigrants, close to 7,000 people, adding to forced displacement and food security. COVID-19 and natural disasters have added another layer of crisis to our region. This panorama is, this overview is another issue, not only for the states or organizations, but other organizations that provide durable responses. And also, the response capacities that organizations have along the region, we have been characterized for being first line of response to the vulnerable population in terms of vulnerability, paying close attention to children, LGBTI population, and people with disabilities. We're looking to provide access in a way to save lives and reduce risks of protection. Our response provides access to asylums, psychological education, and food aid, and we promote the academic investigation through reports, and we provide evidence on the seriousness of this displacement and mobility. Therefore, we need to highlight that the impact of the agreement of Merck continue being limited, and today it is a challenge given the new situation of financing. It is very important that the governments recognize and guarantee human rights to their population, to the migrant and asylum seekers, and to increase the actions of policies, transparency, and to improve conditions in order to provide a better attention of structural causes of forced displacement. We repeat our commitment in a coordinated response in order to establish and strengthen mechanisms of dialogue, regional and at national level, in order to achieve greater cooperation, greater international cooperation in donor countries. Their contributions are crucial in order to guarantee responses, but also their accompaniment and their strengthening of the relations of the states is very important as well in order to aid these causes. For strengthening solidarity is a part of a comprehensive effort in order to provide assistance to those who are displaced and asylum seeking. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. With this, we conclude the interventions. Now, I would like to provide preliminary conclusions. First and foremost, we have with great satisfaction the political and financial and cooperation response of the international community in order to improve the situation of the people who are forcibly displaced and host communities in Central America and Mexico. The political will of MERP's countries and the achievements in these last few months make us closer to the realization of common goals. In the first place, to improve mechanisms for the reception and admission of people who are in need of international protection. In second place, to respond to the immediate needs and persistent needs. In third place, to support the countries that are having host communities. And in fourth place, to look for durable responses or long-lasting responses. And in order to go with these efforts, we need to be on the pathway of democracy, human rights, and inclusive development. These advancements have been recognized and supported today by the international community, represented by 12 cooperating countries, by European Union, representatives of multilateral organizations, and the the IDB and civil society that today have expressed their solidarity and sustainable cooperation and programmed an announcement on behalf of Spain, European Union, United States, Switzerland, Ireland, and also from multilateral organizations, from foundations and private sectors, for $110 million. And I think we can feel satisfied that we have overcome the $55 million that we had placed as a goal for this meeting. I would like to thank the private sector, companies such as Rotary International, Western Union, Manpower Group, Accenture, Boston Scientific Defensa for their contributions. Contributions, above all, destined to favor the labor inclusion and improving lifestyles for hosting communities. When we assumed the responsibility of the platform in June 2020, we committed to mobilize support to help the goals of MERPS. We are honored to present today as an effort of everybody, those who are integrants of this platform, and those who are present today. We have a favorable context so that we create a real impact on this subject that improves the situation of the people, families, and affected communities. We congratulate Canada for accepting the next support platform presidency in order to provide support, continue providing support of cooperation and international community. We wish them a lot of success, and they can count on our collaboration in this process. Summarizing, we consider that the objectives of these events have been completed, along with the participation of the highest level through the generous contributions that have been received and the messages of solidarity that have given hope that I would like to point out, which was on behalf of Pope Francis. The platform of MERPS has converted into a joint action in order to address the challenges of the region of Central America and Mexico, and so that people in situations of displacement can reconstruct their lives. Lastly, I would like to thank the generosity of our hosts from Costa Rica and the collaboration of Guatemala, UNHCR, and OAS in this event of solidarity. We are going to provide follow-up throughout this joint mechanism. Thank you, everyone, for your participation and your contribution, and we are going to continue working in the integration of all of these people who are forcibly displaced. Thank you.